Welcome. You are about to view a recorded talk of the Mathematical Consciousness Science online seminar series held in 2020. This seminar series aims to explore the role of mathematics in the scientific study of consciousness and hopes to connect researchers who have an interest in this topic. We hope you will enjoy it. For further information, please visit our website, seminar.math-consciousness.org.
Warm welcome, everyone, to this debate. It's a great pleasure, really, to be able to host this. And I want to thank, it won't be the last time, but still I want to start out with thanking all the panelists for coming and for agreeing to talk on this very interesting topic, and on this topic which certainly has caused a huge lot of discussion over the last year and a half or so. I'm just going to introduce the team real quick, and then I'll hand off to Joanna, who's going to introduce all the technicalities, how we're going to proceed today. And then Sean will actually take the moderation for the first part of that debate. So the team is Sean. Sean, you want to wave?
Hello.
Yeah, so, okay, no wave because of the virtual background, but anyway,
right.
Joanna and Xerxes. So be invited to wave. And yeah, so I just want to say the seminar was really, so far it was for me very enjoyable, and I'm very grateful to be able to co-organize this with you guys. So thanks very much. And yeah, then I don't have much more to say. Thank you, and over to Joanna.
Thanks, Johannes. So the session today will consist of 3 parts. In the first part, each panelist will have a 10-minute long presentation of their views on the unfolding argument, in which they will share their screens to illustrate their main points. And we will go with the order of presentations, starting from Adrien, then Jake, Andrew, Johannes, Larissa, Niccolò, and then Erik. In the second part, the speakers will all have a chance to respond to their inputs. And here again, the moderator will call them up in the same order, asking if they have something to add or if they have any comments. And the speakers can also indicate that they want to say something through the raise hand feature, or they can use the blue feed forward or go faster button to indicate that they just have a short comment. So we really hope that this will be a very nice and polite and productive exchange here, maybe taking an additional half an hour. And then in the last part, we will tune in participants from the audience, in which we will invite you to ask questions. Again, as usual, you can indicate that you have a question through the raise hand feature, so we will call you up. So that's pretty much it as for the format. So I'm just gonna hand over straight to Adrien, the first author of the unfolding argument, who's gonna kick us off properly.
Okay, so let's go. First of all, thank you for organizing this, and thank you everyone for showing up. It's great to see so many people. I hope and I'm sure that we can have a constructive and friendly debate. So I'll start by illustrating the unfolding argument quickly. Here's a little robot, and it has a feed-forward brain, and it can do stuff. Causal structure theories will typically say that feed-forward is the wrong kind of causal structure for consciousness, so this robot is not conscious. It has phi equals 0. Let's say you want to investigate it. You can see how it reacts to binocular rivalry. You can see how it reacts to color patches, for example. And let's say you have a lot of time on your hands, and you shoot every experiment you can possibly think of at this robot in 1 billion years. We know mathematically that we can change the causal structure of the robot's brain without changing any of these experimental results. So now it's recurrent. IIT says it has phi greater than 0, but none of the experiments you do in your 1 billion years of experimenting have changed. In fact, we showed that we can choose causal structures for which IIT would predict, for example, that the robot is constantly smelling coffee, even though none of the experimental results in your 1 billion years of experimenting change. So the point is that if IIT is true, empirically identical systems can have different conscious states and contents. And this is a problem for a scientific theory, because say I show up and I say, you have a theory, so tell me which of these 3 robots here is unconscious and which one is constantly having a conscious experience of smelling coffee. Then no matter how hard you try, you cannot tell from the third-person point of view, even if you ask them if they know what coffee smells like or if they are conscious, because they have the same input-output structure. Of course, you could open up their brains and look inside and say, aha, the one on the left has the coffee smelling causal structure. So that's the one that smells coffee. But we would argue that this is really circular because you're already accepting that IIT is true without any independent evidence that this is the case. So this is why we propose that the unfolding argument brings causal structure theories outside of standard scientific practice. And I guess we are here today to see if they can still remain scientific, maybe in a sort of less standard way. We were really happy to see that many replies were written in response to our argument. One of the typical replies, which honestly we don't really find fair, is that we are behaviorists. According to behaviorism, reference to mental states adds nothing to what science can and should understand about consciousness. But this is not at all our approach. Our whole point is to try and understand which kinds of internal states are relevant for us to understand the data we have about consciousness. And what we try to explain is that, according to us, phi is not a good internal state because it happens to be dissociated from the data we have about consciousness. Another reply is that the unfolding argument, in fact, applies to all theories, not just to causal structure theories. And unfortunately, I don't have time to get into this in my 10 minutes, but I'm sure it will come on the table later on. In a nutshell, we are not certain that this is correct. What I want to talk about is a sort of recurring motif that we found in many of the replies to our paper, namely that consciousness is quite special. Maybe it needs, therefore, special data beyond the third-person data used in standard science. More precisely, the proposal is that causal structure theories can rely on phenomenology, first-hand experience itself, without relying on third-person data, and this first-hand data is not threatened by the unfolding argument. We think this is an interesting point worth considering, but in the following, we will argue that you cannot avoid third-person data in science, even when it comes to consciousness. And the unfolding argument kicks in each time third-person data is required. So how would you go about adopting a purely first-person approach to consciousness? Well, the proposal is as follows. You start by introspecting. You start by looking at your first-hand experience, and then you derive axioms to characterize it. Then you mathematize these axioms and you do some computations, and for instance, you see how you can compute phi. And then the idea is that you want to validate all of this using first-person experimental data. An example that is often given is that phi is higher in wakefulness than sleep, and we know from the first-person point of view that we are conscious when we are awake, but we don't know this when we are asleep. So the idea is that in this way, we have a nice first-person justification, validation loop. And in this loop, there is no third-person input-output function to unfold, so there is no problem. What I'm going to argue is that, in fact, you need third-person data when you want to do phenomenology, and you also need third-person data when you want to have experimental evidence. So the unfolding argument applies. To see why this is the case for phenomenology, let's take the example of IIT's axioms. As is well known by now, these axioms are not unique, nor is their mathematical translation. Some would actually even argue with the simple first axiom that conscious experience exists, depending on what this means. And my point here is not at all to criticize the axioms or to say they are right or wrong. The point is just that we need some criterion to choose which axioms we want to use. And the question is, how will IIT get us all to agree? Well, the proposal is that we should look in our phenomenology. And then we can do that, and then we can discuss and debate and do some psychophysical experiments and philosophize. And maybe in the end, we can all agree. And this is a great research project, but it relies on third-person data to do psychophysics and to discuss. And unless we use this data, the axioms are just the author's wishful thinking. We have no reasons to really believe them. So unless everyone accepts that proponents of IIT have some sort of infallibility about the nature of phenomenology, third-person data is needed to justify phenomenological claims, and therefore the unfolding argument applies. Here's an example of a subject reporting that his experience feels integrated. This is data about consciousness, but it does not depend on the causal structure, because we know that we could replace part of the brain with a feed-forward network, to change the causal structure without changing the report. On top of this, third-person data is needed at the other end of this supposedly first-person justification loop too. So the unfolding argument applies there too. Consider the example that phi is higher in wakefulness than in sleep. What should we make of this? Well, first, a cautionary note. It is well known that in science, a theory can make right predictions for the wrong reasons. So just as sunsets don't convince us that the Earth is at the center of the solar system, this single non-contradiction should not convince us that IIT is correct and that photodiodes are conscious. More is needed. And I think actually everybody agrees on this, that what we need are measured covariations of phi in consciousness. And here is where we need third-person data, even though it may not be obvious. And here is where the unfolding argument applies. I think the simplest way to illustrate this is to take the example of dreaming versus dreamless sleep, but the same argument applies to wakefulness versus sleep. How do you think we know that phi is higher in dreaming than in dreamless sleep? Well, we know because somebody had to measure it. And to measure it, somebody had at one point to wake subjects up and ask them, now with this brain state, were you consciously dreaming or not? In a sense, it's obvious that you cannot infer from your own first-person experience the conscious dreaming state of someone lying in front of you. You need to measure something, you need third-person data. So the point is that unless we all accept that proponents of IIT just know which systems are conscious without needing to experiment, we need third-person data to know if a system is conscious. And therefore, the unfolding argument applies here again. Consider this subject here reporting that she is having a conscious dream experience. Well, this is data about consciousness, but it does not depend on the causal structure because you could change part of the subject's brain with a feed-forward implant, changing the causal structure without changing the report. So this is how we see things. We think IIT was really a great early candidate theory.
Just 1 minute now, just to
yeah,
let you know.
I'm done. We think that IIT was a great candidate theory of consciousness, and one especially great thing was that it was the first to try and address empirical data in a consistent way. And this in itself was a great leap forward for the field. Unfortunately, some problems showed up, including the unfolding argument, which, according to us, brings causal structure theories and IIT outside of standard scientific practice where we just use third-person data. Today, we considered the possibility that maybe we need more data, namely first-person data, but I tried to show you that this is not possible. You need third-person data to justify phenomenological claims and to measure consciousness, which you need to show convincingly that phi covaries with consciousness. So in conclusion, we don't think that this first-person approach can save causal structure theories. The unfolding argument still applies and is a very, very big challenge, according to us. And with that, I thank you all very much for your attention.
Thanks, Adrien, for a great start and bang on time. Really fantastic beginning. I think in the interest of time, we're just going to fly forward to the next speaker now, right? So Jake, do you want to share your screen?
Okay, so first I'd just like to thank the organizers for having me. Yeah, so I titled my presentation Decoupling Feedback from Function because one of the things I've been really interested in since learning about IIT is the relationship between input-output behavior, which is what I would call function more or less, and feedback. So like Adrien mentioned, the phenomenology first approach to consciousness is based on the idea that you have some phenomenological axioms that form the core of the theory, and then you kind of build out from there with physical postulates and experimental predictions. So the axiom that I'd like to talk about today is the integration axiom, which phenomenologically stated is that consciousness is experienced as a unified whole. And then there's this very important transition from the phenomenological axiom to the physical postulate, which is that feedback is required to experience a unified whole. And then this leads to the experimental prediction that's the subject of the unfolding debate, which is that feed-forward systems are unconscious. So what I'm really interested in is how we justify the assumption that feedback is necessary for an integrated experience. So how do you justify the translation from phenomenological axioms to physical postulates? because to me, that's nothing less than the hard problem. You're going from some phenomenological statement to some physical attribute. So to dig into that a little bit, I'd like to explain how I see feedback, what feedback means to me in relationship to function. So the simplest example that I can think of is just a mod 8 counter. So you can see on the right, you can imagine the computation, the function at hand is just counting mod 8. And you can imagine that each state is output. So here they're counting 1, 2, 3 through 8. To actually get this into a causal structure, you need to somehow take your functional states and encode them in binary. So here you have just an arbitrary binary encoding. And once you go from these abstract functional states to their binary instantiation, that's what specifies whether or not you have feedback present in your network. So the reason for that is that now each bit in the system is constrained by the state transitions specified in this diagram on the upper right here. So the key thing is that you could just as easily choose a different binary encoding for these same functional states. So here you can see binary encoding 2 is different than the previous binary encoding, and that results in a recurrent network rather than a feed-forward network. So putting that together, basically feedback is dependent on the binary instantiation for these functional states. So the computation stays fixed, meaning you can fix the input-output behavior, and you can actually fix all of the functional relationships while having feedback or not, depending on the binary encoding. So the presence or absence of feedback is a consequence of a particular encoding. And what that means is that phi is picking up on syntax rather than semantics. You can keep the same semantic relationships between all internal states and all input-output behavior. And really what you're measuring is the encodings for those relationships. So what that means is that you have to have a way of justifying syntactical differences as meaningful in regards to consciousness. And so for that, I think the standard scientific practice has to do with experimental verification or falsification. So falsification is defined as a mismatch between what the theory predicts and which conscious state is inferred. So the canonical example of experimental verification for IIT, I think, is this fruit fly example where you have a fruit fly that's awake on the left-hand side, and then you give it anesthesia and it goes to sleep. And the prediction from the theory is that phi of the fruit fly when awake is greater than when it's asleep, in which case you have a match between inference and prediction, which serves as some sort of validation. Whereas if you predict that phi is lower, or if you find that phi is lower when you're awake than asleep, then that serves as falsification because of a mismatch. But what I'd really like to stress is that for this to be viable from a logical perspective, what you're really using is behavior for inference. So this whole experimental paradigm rests on the fact that when the fruit fly is awake, it's conscious, and when it's asleep, it's unconscious, or some degree thereof. So that's what separates your inference procedure from your prediction. So you can use the internal data or the causal structure for prediction, whereas you can use the input-output behavior for your inference. So that keeps the inference and prediction separate, which allows you to set up this experimental paradigm. But what we know from the unfolding argument is that whatever behavior the fruit fly is doing when it's awake, you can do with phi equals 0 by unfolding the dynamics in the brain. So basically, under unfolding, you find that phi equals 0 when awake, and you're guaranteed that phi of being awake is less than or equal to phi of being asleep, which is falsification. So as long as you're using behavior for your inference procedure, IIT is already falsified. So that leaves you in the position of, in order to avoid falsification, you can't use the input-output behavior for inference. So instead, you have to use differences in causal structure to justify the differences in phi. And so what that means is that basically, regardless of what the fruit fly is doing behaviorally, you have to look at the internal data and determine whether or not it's a feed-forward or a recurrent network. And that's what you use to infer whether or not the system is conscious or unconscious. But obviously that kind of is a problem, because the assumption that we wanted to test is the integration postulate, which is that feedback is a necessary condition for consciousness. So basically, if IIT isn't already falsified, then you're left in this position that you have to assume what you're trying to prove. And so what I think is happening here, I actually agree with the integration axiom, this notion that consciousness is experienced as an integrated whole. I think the problem is in how integration is being defined. So basically, you can see that these three diagrams are saying that you have information from the left and right visual field being integrated into a holistic experience. So the left diagram is considered integrated because there's a, sorry, this is backwards here. This should be a recurrent network on the left here and a feed forward network in the middle. And then if you were to fully disconnect the left and right visual fields, then everyone would agree it's non-integrated, and I would say that it's not capable of generating a integrated subjective experience. So from a functional perspective, the feed forward and the recurrent neural network are functionally indistinguishable. Whereas if you disconnect the left field from the right field, you're not going to be able to get out the same functional behavior, which is evident in something like split brain patients, where the reason we know they have a different subjective experience is from functional differences. So currently what's happening is there's this mismatch between what's functionally indistinguishable and where we're defining integrated versus non-integrated. And I think if we redefine what it means to be integrated and include integration as anything that shares information from the left and right visual field or from all the senses that you think comprise a unified subjective experience, regardless of whether it's feed forward or recurrent, you can get the functional indistinguishability to match what we're calling integrated. And so, yeah, basically, I think from a computational standpoint, there's a huge difference between a system that's not allowed to exchange information between senses and a system that is, regardless of whether it's feed forward or recurrent. And so that difference is borne out in the fact that phenomenological differences will be justifiable in terms of functional consequences. So I think the phenomenology first approach is fine as long as the differences in phenomenology have functional consequences, which I think at least the ones I've thought about so far in terms of integration do seem to have at least the possibility of having functional consequences that align with the phenomenology.
Just giving you the 1 minute notice. Carry on.
Great. So just to summarize, so the question at hand is how we go from the integration axiom to the integration postulate, which is basically a partial solution of the hard problem, and it's a big part of the hard problem. So IIT assumes a solution to this, and the assumption is that physical feedback is necessary for an integrated experience. That assumption is somewhat problematic because the presence or absence of feedback depends on functionally arbitrary and really just arbitrary in general differences in how functional states are encoded. And so that implies that phi is sensitive to syntax rather than semantics, which leads to problems with experimental falsification. So if you use your behavior, such as being asleep or awake, for inference, then IIT is already falsified by the unfolding argument. If you don't use behavior, then you actually can't falsify the integration postulate. And so just to conclude, I think that phenomenological differences must always be grounded in functional differences if we're to avoid this sort of problem in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jake. Very nice. We can all virtually clap, maybe. Andrew, are you happy to share your screen and get started?
Okay, so yeah, we've written a couple of things now on critiquing this unfolding argument in a couple of different ways. So I'm going to focus on one thing here, and these are the papers for more detail, which is what is the evidence that we're concerned with when it comes to consciousness science and theories of consciousness. So we can define something, I'll just define it here, an empirical domain for consciousness science. And consciousness science maybe is kind of special because there is a ground truth when it comes to consciousness, which is human consciousness. I'm conscious, everyone listening to this right now is conscious, and we know that we are. I mean, as Adrien said, you can always question this, but then I don't know if we're talking about consciousness anymore, if you're going to question whether or not it exists. And so you can actually do a lot from this first person perspective. right? And I think this is where we all start when we want to study consciousness. So not even in terms of forming theories, but like various phenomena are discovered directly in the first person. Binocular rivalry is a great example. You know, this was first discovered through direct subjective experience. And it was a few centuries before people decided to put other people in chairs and measure how binocular rivalry played out in the third person. And there's a long list of phenomena like this. You can ask, you know, strange, difficult questions about your own phenomenology, like why are color and timbre so qualitatively different? Even though they're both, from the outside, you might say, well, they're both representations, different kinds of representations of a frequency spectrum. Why should they be so different? But we know from the first person that they are very different. And I think this is something you could only really know for certain from first person experience. You can, like with IIT, you can start to form a theory starting from first person experience. You can observe various qualities or properties of experience and use these to, and IIT is not the only one that does this. IIT does it in a very regular, clear way, but I think many other theories of consciousness, high order theories, the first one that comes to mind for me is one that starts with a phenomenological intuition. You know, many theories of consciousness are grounded in observations about what consciousness is like and what it's like to be conscious of something. And you can observe other kinds of properties of conscious experiences. For example, they have spatial and temporal structure. This is something that I don't think is really clear from the third person, but we know that it's true from first person experience. But yeah, this isn't enough. You can't do a whole science just in terms of introspection. You do need other sources of evidence. And so the main thing that we go to is human behavior, right? So like input output, you know, you put something into a person, you get something out of them. So, you know, psychophysics and other cognitive science methods. But the important thing here is that when it comes to human behavior, you know that the humans are conscious. And when you're putting a human being through an experiment, you know by design what they're supposed to be experiencing. You know that they're having an experience because you put these stimuli into their eyes or whatever, right? So even these third person experiments are grounded in knowns about consciousness, right? Human neuroscience, the same kind of thing where you have like the search for neural correlates of consciousness. You're looking for neural correlates of something that you know exists, right? So in the case of like doing fMRI or single unit studies of the human brain, or stimulation studies or studying lesion patients, you know what the change is, right? Because you believe that patient there, or maybe you yourself, you know that you're conscious, and you know that the thing that you're observing there and from the third person, this physiological, physical data is literally correlated with a conscious state of one kind or another, okay? So all of these third person sources of data to be about consciousness, they should be grounded in consciousness, right? Now from here it gets fuzzy, right? So now you can start to talk about animal models, and I think, you know, monkeys being the closest ones to us, a lot of us, you know, I think it's pretty plausible that a monkey is conscious. Not only that a monkey's consciousness is quite like ours. You get to things like fruit flies, it gets dodgier and dodgier, right? And so this is kind of the boundary of the empirical domain of consciousness science, right? Animals, right? Once you get past there, I don't think you can really say that you have evidence about consciousness anymore. So what do you do with this? Well, you know, you can just collect data in these various ways, data about consciousness. But it's this kind of data that should be grounding your theories, right? And when you evaluate your theories and you test them, you decide whether this is a good theory or a bad theory. The test that you're doing should be in this domain of evidence about consciousness. So, you know, your theories should be trying to explain what is consciousness, what does it have to do with the brain, why does an experience feel the way it does? These are all questions about consciousness. That's what the theories should be trying to address. Now, once you have a theory, you know, of course, you can always extrapolate beyond the empirical domain, and this can be very interesting. So you can, you know, an expander graph the size of the sun, is that conscious? Some theories might say so, some might not. It's an interesting question. You know, like the philosopher's favorite, you know, tables and coffee cups, is this thing conscious? You know, is the universe conscious, or atoms conscious, or feed forward unfolded brains, are they conscious or not? And I know this gets to the point of the unfolding argument that we don't know if these things are conscious. But extrapolation isn't evidence, right? So the fact these are things that aren't really in the domain of consciousness science, right? So to use these kinds of things as pieces of evidence or of tests of a theory, you're testing something, but you're not testing a theory of consciousness anymore once you're bringing these kinds of systems into the game. So just to like kind of more solidly connect this to the target paper, I have a couple of quotes here. So first, for example, I don't think we need context here. The figure ground experiment mentioned earlier cannot support or be explained by recurrent processing theory because there are feed-forward networks that make the same subjective reports. But wait, to be a subjective report, the report must be about consciousness, right? So sure, these feed-forward networks, if you were to construct them, they would be doing something. But what they're doing, they're not generating subjective reports unless you already know that they're conscious. They're generating some kind of report, but it's not data about consciousness, okay? So it has no place in testing a theory of consciousness. Same when it comes to the example of wakefulness and sleep. You may have some artificial system that displays wakefulness characteristics, right? But this kind of wakefulness isn't really relevant to consciousness research. It's like when my computer is awake, I'm using the same word, right? It's just, it's doing something, it seems alert in a sense. But there's no reason to attach the idea of consciousness to this kind of wakefulness. The reason why we believe that a human with wakefulness characteristics is conscious is because we all know that when you're awake, you're conscious, right? With certain kinds of exceptions. So for me, this is kind of the crux of the problem with the unfolding argument, is that it's bringing in these unknowns, and it's trying to use systems that I think that bring no kind of knowledge about consciousness at all into the core of testing theories of consciousness, which I think is not a good idea. So just to conclude, theories of consciousness should be judged where they are testable. Any theory should be judged where it's testable in the domain of evidence that they are formulated to explain. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Okay, still and in very good time. Okay, we have Johannes speaking next.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much to that input. That was already very enlightening. So I thought about the four most, in my perspective, the four most important comments I'd like to make for the debate that follows, and in general to clarify what we are actually talking about, what the issue is. And I'm just going to go through them, and if time runs out, I'll just leave the last one away. So first, I want to emphasize that I think there's no reasonable doubt that the problem applies to many more theories, not just integrated information theory or recurrent processing theory. Why is this? Well, that's because in the original argument, the authors only considered a particular type of transformation, namely these unfolding transformations, which we've just talked about, having a recurrent network and unfolding it to feed forward or vice versa. However, there are many other transformations that work exactly in the same way and that have the same ontological status. And in a paper Erik and I have written, we'll call these substitutions. So there are many more substitutions, which if you consider unfolding to be valid, you have to also consider to be valid. And let me emphasize this on an example. So this plot here is taken from the original publication. And its purpose is to illustrate that even if you unfold a network, you can still have a global workspace. So even a feed-forward network could exhibit a workspace of this kind. So here you have one part of the system, and here you have another part of the system, and it sends information to the workspace, and then the workspace sends information back. And I'm not sure whether this really applies to global neuronal workspace or whether it doesn't apply, and that doesn't matter at all for what I want to say. What I want to emphasize is that there are transformations which are of the same kind as unfolding transformations, but they destroy the workspace. For example, I could just rewire the system completely, making sure that I add some boxes or some units that make sure that the input output is still the same, right? Or I could actually replace the whole internals of the system with a large list and just some device that reads from that list and outputs and displays the output. So what I'm saying is there are transformations that destroy global workspaces, substitutions, and that is why global workspace theory, for example, is just as much affected as integrated information theory. So if you actually formulate things mathematically, you can prove that, right? And so there's a proof in 2 papers. So this is my personal reply, and this is the paper I've written together with Erik. You can prove that all theories which depend non-trivially on the physical system under consideration, so where basically the internal structure of the system somehow matters to the prediction of the theory, every such theory is as much effect as IIT. And you can prove in a little bit different formalization that every theory which is minimally formative also has this feature. I'll say more about what that means in just 1 minute. Okay, so that's my first clarification. So the problem applies to many more theories. Second clarification, the problem is not a consequence of a theory, but of a whole testing paradigm. Let me try to explain why I think that is the case. So in that paper, which Erik and I have written, we show that there's 2 assumptions, and if they hold, the claim of the unfolding argument also holds. And here's the first assumption. This is the assumption that report and prediction data are independent. So report data is whatever you collect in the experiment concerning the subjectives report, could be a button press or just a word. Prediction data is whatever you collect in the experiment to make a prediction, for example, the fMRI data. And the assumption, which I wrote down here, roughly says or is roughly true if you can vary the prediction data while keeping the report constant. So let me explain that in this picture here. So the green bubble here is just the report data, right? So for example, that could be just blue dog, right? Or yellow cat. And so this is, being used in an inference procedure to actually estimate a state of consciousness. The state of consciousness of the subject being the blue picture of the blue dog or of the yellow cat or something. The other 2 bubbles here, they both represent prediction data. So for example, the data you got from your EEG scan or fMRI scan. And now if it is the case that I can take one physical system and I can change that physical system, substitute something else, that still gives the same report, but has a changed prediction. You can see that here, the prediction changed. Then this assumption is satisfied. And then we show all theories which are minimally informative, so which are not, maybe the best way to say it roughly is not behaviorist, then all of these theories are affected from the actual claim. And now if we just focus on this assumption here, I want to stress here that this is not the property of the theory. The theory is only concerned with a Pratt arrow here. The theory is only concerned with saying, under which circumstances, in which state the system is conscious and what is it conscious of. The problem here really is a problem of both the prediction and the inference procedure, right? So my claim or clarification would be that it is really a problem of the testing paradigm. And the conclusion I draw from all of this is that what we're currently doing in many experiments is we're treating report as black box. We're just taking the report and interpreting it to say something about the conscious experience of the system. And that's what we cannot do. So, or that's what generates the problem. And I think that in order to resolve the problem, we need to explore in detail how the report actually echoes the consciousness as predicted by a particular theory. Okay, so clarification 2, the problem is not so much a problem of a theory. Clarification 3, restricting to human experiments does not help. So I call this a supposition because I'd like to discuss this in much detail. And I know that, for example, Andrew just said something differently, but let me explain why I think this is the case. Well, to explain this, I need to use the other assumption, which in Erik and my work, together with the one we just discussed, implies the claim of the unfolding argument. Well, that assumption is called minimally informative. So very roughly, a theory is minimally informative for every prediction I make off of some system. There exists another system which gives a completely different prediction. And by completely different, I basically mean that it's not overlapping, right? So basically all theories we know are minimally informative, except of course behaviorist theories, which are just about input-output behavior, right? So all theories we know or most theories are minimally informative. So for example, in G&W, if I remove the workspace, so if I have a prediction with some workspace, I remove the workspace, then the prediction changes. So it satisfies this definition. But the point is that detailed theories, which talk not about, like single constituents of experience, but try to address the whole of experience, like for example, IIT, but I would argue any theory eventually will try to do this. They are minimally informative also with respect to a much smaller class of systems. For example, the class of human brains. And let me explain that here. So for example, let's assume, we have the data about the state of this brain, the wiring of this brain, if you like, and we apply the IT algorithm. So we apply it and we find that result. So we can calculate phi max, that's 1.92, and maybe that means awake. And we find this constellation. So this constellation, according to IT here, represents the content of the conscious experience, or the conscious experience as a whole, not just the level of wakefulness. Now what we can do is we can just make a change here to the brain. We can apply TMS pulse or something else. And then if we do this, then we apply the IT algorithm again. And it's reasonable to assume that we can do this in such a way that the overall wakefulness doesn't change or doesn't change much. So the phi is still the same, but the constellation changed, you know? So I've just moved the C over here to indicate this, but of course the change could be different. Now, if that's the case, then the theory is minimally informative also with respect to this much smaller classes of human brains. So the upshot is, even if I restrict human brains alone, there's still room to wiggle, yeah? And thus, if I assume independence, as we're currently doing in many experiments, the problem holds as well. Okay, so that was my third supposition. Restricting experiments to human does not actually help. And the fourth one is actually, you know, so it is important, but yeah, just say it. So the first one is that the claim is not that there's no falsification, right? So what we prove, and what also the original argument intends to show, is that if independence holds for every system that passes a falsification test,
1 minute.
there's another system that, if it had been tested, would have given a falsification. So let me illustrate that here. So let's assume you go to the lab, you do a falsification, you find that you try to see whether there's a falsification, you find there's none. Then the two assumptions imply that there exists another system which you might have have tested, and if you would have tested that system, there is a falsification. So the upshot here is that the existence of reasonable falsification tests does not contradict the claim. Okay, so that's it. That's the summary. I'll leave the 4 points here. I'll just, for 1 second, I'd emphasize this. So I said before, I think the problem is that report is not treated as a black box, and what we need to do is we need to explore and employ in experiments how report reflects the prediction of a theory. And if we do that too naively, it won't work. We also show this in the paper, and Erik will probably say a little bit about that. That's it. Thanks from my side. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Johannes. Okay, I think we have Larissa next. Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me. And I'm basically gonna say the same as Andrew, more or less, just in a bit more formal framework. But what I want to start with is this slide, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, and sometimes I'm not so sure, and it's the slide about phenomenology. It says that to be conscious is to have an experience. And the important thing here is that consciousness as the explanandum, so what we want to explain, is not a function performed by the brain. Even if that's the explanation for consciousness in the end, consciousness itself is not the function, okay? So given that, my main points are the following. One, consciousness can be directly observed. I can observe my own. And now the only reason that I can study consciousness in others, for example, humans and possibly animals, including fruit flies, is their physical, and that means structural similarity to me. So not all report is equal. When can I trust report? Well, the sad truth is that report is never perfectly reliable. I always have to rely on an inference to the best explanation. And we do not have any intuitions about consciousness. So all intuitions we might possibly have are necessarily about behavior or intelligent behavior. And therefore our intuitions are no use for identifying conscious systems. And consciousness cannot be studied in systems that are physically very different from us, because without a theory, we just have no way to tell. And for this reason, the unfolding substitution argument is flawed. And now I'm gonna explain that in a bit more formal setting. So the basic message is you can't trust Siri or Alexa for that matter, right? And let's look at this diagram that's taken from Johannes's paper that describes the setting of the unfolding argument. So I have a physical system, I have a model or theory of consciousness that takes the physical system and makes a prediction about the experience, and I have some observation which is taken to be behavior or report, from which I'm supposedly infer the experience, and then I compare the prediction with the inference to see if I can verify or falsify the theory, right? But this inference is actually impossible for arbitrary physical systems. So then there's the question, why can we typically trust report in people, but not series report, right? And the answer to that is that inferences about phenomenology in people are based on our own phenomenology and the fact that the system under study is physically similar to us. So I've tried to draw this in a little sketch based on this diagram by Johannes. And you have EI, which is your own experience, that your own observation, your own behaviors, and your underlying physical substrate. And only due to the similarity between your physical substrate and that of the subject you're testing, and the similarity in behavior, can you now make an inference about the experience of the system. So let's look at the unfolding argument again in a concrete scenario. You have a subject. The theory ideally predicts that if the subject is shown a picture of a cat, the subject is conscious of a cat, and the report of the subject says the same. The subject just says, I see a cat. So in this case, wonderful, the prediction of the theory fits with the report. Now we replace the brain of that subject with a feed-forward neural network, and it's the behavior is 100% identical. So the subject will still report that they see a cat. And the theory of consciousness, if it is depending on the causal structure of the system, and like IoT says that feed-forward networks cannot be conscious, will now say that the subject is unconscious. So the prediction and the supposed inference do not match. So what's the problem here? The problem is that in the second case, the inference is not actually allowed. Whereas in the first case, it is because of the similarity of the test subject with me, yeah. So the second case is not actually a test of the theory, therefore the theory is not falsified, and the unfolding argument does not hold. So I want to show you the slide that is from our IIT presentations, and we have shown this at least since 2014, and it describes, it basically describes the argument. So you have your phenomenology here in the upper left corner. From that, we, through introspection and studying our own experiences, we can derive some properties of the physical system and base our theory on that, which is the research program that IIT, which is what IIT is based on, really. And once we have our theory about how the physical substrate of consciousness should look like, we can make predictions, again, about basically our own experiences, right? And then once these predictions have given us confidence in the theory, we can take the theory and apply it to systems that are different from us and make an inference about the phenomenology. But these inferences or extrapolations are not testable predictions, okay? There are testable predictions, but they always involve basically our own phenomenology. An example, as Adrien has brought up too, is sleep studies. So in sleep studies, we have one contrast that is dreamless sleep versus wake, and we have another contrast that is dream experience versus no dream experience. So within state paradigm. And I think what's obvious with the second contrast is that it is first person experience and not behavior that is relevant in this contrast, right? And this also is true for fruit flies. We are not using sleep in fruit flies because fruit flies don't move, but we're using it because for all the painstaking experiments that we have done about sleep in fruit flies, it seems that sleep in fruit flies is very similar to deep sleep in people. And so we're justified to make an inference that the fruit flies are not conscious when they're sleeping, but they are conscious when they're awake. So of course, there's problems with that, right? We can never be 100% sure. For example, in this study that I show this image from, memory is always a confounder if you wake up subjects and ask them about their dreams, right? So it's never perfect. So what we need to do is inferences to the best explanations based on the insight gained from many different experience, but also logic, simplicity, and other considerations can come in here. And then we can ask, well, is there still a problem with report if we stick to human subjects? Yes, of course there is. And some predictions of IIT are hard to test even in human subjects. For example, the role of inactive versus inactivated neurons. If we perfectly could replace all inactive neurons with broken neurons, the report wouldn't change and we couldn't tell, right? But there are ways to distinguish a theory of consciousness from a theory of report. We have no report paradigms, we have within state paradigms, and so on. And the consistency and explanatory power of theories is important and is usually underrated. So what we need is inferences to the best explanation. So how do we deal with strange reports? Well, if someone tells us that they can tell me that there is a cat, but they experience nothing, what should I do? Well, according to the unfolding argument,
you know, you've got 1 minute.
Trust the report, and thus all current theories of consciousness are falsified, which is too bad. Well, no, of course not. But we're going about it with the method of inference to the best explanation. We check if their brain looks normal, whether they're lying, whether there are similar cases, or whether they might just not understand what phenomenology is, things like that, okay? So what's the way forward? Well, we want to devise ways of testing theories of consciousness that are compatible with straightforward reports, for example, prolonged visual stimuli, structural equivalence of the predicted experience with reported experience, finding the main complex, which can actually test the feed-forward versus recurrent methods. And I can talk more about that later. And we should investigate the question whether we can ever sufficiently constrain our theories based on the available tests to judge systems that are very different from us. And because of this whole debate, I finally started my own blog, and you can find a summary of this presentation under consciousnessrealist.com. That's my 5 points. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Larissa. Very nice. Niccolò, are you happy to share your screen?
I don't have much to add. I mean, we've already said a lot of interesting things here. Let me just say why I find this debate particularly interesting. So I think I really enjoyed Adrien's paper because it speaks to this fundamental question in consciousness research, which is how can we keep together the subjective phenomenon of consciousness with the objective description of science, right? And this is an ancient debate, obviously in philosophy. And we have a lot of people like Dennett who have said, look, actually consciousness is not a subjective phenomenon. So once we have behavioral outcomes, reports, we have explained that, we're done. We don't need to do any more scientific research there. This, of course, comes with a risk, which is, are we really explaining all there is to explain when we use this kind of paradigm? I think an interesting way of putting this is via the distinction between access and phenomena consciousness, obviously from Bloch. Another way to go is to postulate the existence of properties, particular mental properties that are called qualia. Let's say, of course, consciousness is a subjective phenomenon because there are these properties that cannot be accounted for from the third person perspective. So this is obviously Nagel's bat and so on. If we take this metaphysical stance seriously, though, we might end up with unfortunate an unfortunate result, which is the fact that we can't really have a proper science of consciousness. We can't really have a proper reductive explanation of consciousness. So I think that IIT is a fascinating research program because it tries to explain consciousness scientifically on the one hand, while taking the subjective nature of consciousness seriously on the other hand. So with a slogan, we can say that it tries to quantify the quality, right? So I think Larissa and Andrew have already mentioned this point, right? So the IIT does not conflate the thesis, the methodological thesis that says, look, we can gather information about consciousness, about the consciousness of a system out there through behavioral outcomes reports, right? Does not conflate this type of thesis with a different, slightly different thesis, which says that consciousness is epistemically reducible to behavioral outcomes report. Of course, this reduction could be even metaphysical if you want, but maybe better not bother. So this is an interesting first point for this debate, I think. And then, of course, what IIT suggests is this interesting take, which is called phenomenology first, as we have heard, which asks us basically to take subjective observable seriously. And I'm sure that the notion of subjective observables makes us a bit uncomfortable, because it's not how we use the concept of observables in natural sciences, right? But given the particular nature, the subjective nature of the explanandum, in this case, we might try to build on this notion and see what happens, right? So the real question here is, okay, cool, but can we say that this phenomenology first approach is actually scientific? And of course here, one of the criteria that we have to consider is how we count what is science and what isn't, the demarcation problem, of course. One possibility is the Popperian framework based on falsification. Problem with this is that theories are often tested through auxiliary hypotheses, as Jake said earlier, right? So this means that often in science, the refutation of a proposition entailed by the theory, okay, proposition P, does not immediately lead to the rejection of the theory, right? So that the example, classical example is the Mercury perihelion, that it was something that Newtonian mechanics couldn't explain, but Newtonian mechanics was accepted until Einstein came with a relativity theory, of course, right? So this is one problem if we want to use this criterion. Then there is another problem with testing in general, but I guess we don't have time to talk about it now, which is the Duhem-Quine thesis. So what we can do instead is to use the logic of scientific discovery to put Popper, right? So the logic is basically a modus tollens, the structure of the inference is a modus tollens, but instead of having just a theory as a block, we can consider a theory as a conjunction of different type of propositions. So we might have some core assumptions here, C, and auxiliary hypothesis here, A, right? So that when we have not P, when we have contradictory evidence coming from the work, from the testing, from empirical investigation, we negate the conjunction, which means that we can hold the truth of the assumption on which we are building our research program, and try to adjust, try to modify, revise the auxiliary hypotheses that come with it. So here, so this kind of knowledge, the physical knowledge, is what really does the heavy lifting. And so the progressivity criterion basically just said that the scientific validity of a program is not really based on a snapshot, okay, on the structure here and now of a theory, but rather how it unfolds over time, okay? So how A and C becomes a revised NC, right? So there is where we should evaluate the theory according to the progressivity criterion that we could use as an alternative. So just to conclude, this is the last slide. IIT, this phenomenology first method upon which IIT is built, might very well exhibit a form of circularity, but it's not a bad type of circularity as in the Baron of Munchausen case, but might be a good type of circularity, which is a self-evidencing explanation. This is how it is technically called in philosophy of science, as Karl Hempel and Peter Lipton have pointed out, where you have a observation that can be grounded in a sense, and this is what we can do in consciousness science. We can ground our theory on phenomenological observation and hold the truth of this observation. And this is basically evidence for some candidate hypotheses, okay, that derive from the integration of this observation with the background and contextual knowledge. And in terms, if this inference to the best explanation, as Larissa mentioned just now, is successful, in turns best explains the observation from which we started, right? So this is this self-evidencing explanation is a possible is a method that is available to consciousness researchers and is in the scientific toolbox that you can use. Of course, a lot of things can go wrong here in this passage between observation and hypothesis. This is the point that I think Jake mentioned earlier. I think that that's a great point. It is an actual problem here. The point is that even if this goes wrong, the reasoning would be scientific nonetheless.
Sorry, I forgot to give you your minute timer, so I'll give you 1 minute now. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good. And basically, so just to say that if IIT manages to exploit this sort of reasoning based on self-evidencing, it can very well be in the realm of science and be considered as a scientific theory. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. And we just have Erik next.
Okay, thanks. So I thought that it would be helpful to try to distinguish between falsifiable, pre-falsified, and unfalsifiable theories, because I think that they get a little bit mixed up, and how this is a function of the relationship, either independent or dependent, between predictions and inferences when testing theories. So this is all, you can find all of this in Falsification and Consciousness, work that I did with Johannes, and that I think outlines a good kind of formal distinction and means for talking about these issues. So you've kind of seen this unfolding argument slide before here today. And just to give a little bit of background, Johannes and I, we thought that this was very, very interesting and great work, and certainly brought up a lot of interesting questions. But there was a couple of background claims to the paper, like that you couldn't really use observables from things like brain imaging that kind of interfered with some generality. And then there was also this question of that it was special to IIT or theories like it. And so we kind of wanted to know what was the deep reason behind this argument. And actually, is the result really unfalsifiability for theories like IIT? So just to give a little bit of, you've kind of heard these terms here today, but just again, we start with this notion of you're testing a theory of consciousness. You start with a physical system, you observe it, and then based off of that data, you make a prediction, which is governed by your theory about what the experience of the physical system is, and you make an inference of what the physical system is. And the inference is kind of, it might be based off of something like report, it might be based off of something like biological homology, which is what Larissa is proposing. It might be based off of all sorts of things. We're kind of agnostic about it for now. And what we say is that any theory of consciousness comes pre-falsified if there's independence between inferences and predictions. So just to clarify what we mean by that. So again, this is kind of a generalized expansion of the unfolding argument. We just call it the substitution argument because we just allow for kind of anything, not just folding. And independence just means that I can wiggle one without the other. You heard Johannes use that term earlier, right? And if I can wiggle my predictions without wiggling my inferences, then that means by definition that I'm going to get mismatches between my predictions and my inferences. And if I get a mismatch, then that's like someone reporting, dog, and the theory keeps saying, well, no, they're seeing a cat. Okay? And I also want to point out that there's not really an a priori reason to think that independence requires unrealistic physical systems or even non-human systems. It's just a general property, like does independence hold or not? And that is both a function of your inferences and your predictions. So again, you've kind of seen this before. And in this case, you start with some particular prediction, and then you vary the system in some way, some transformation, some substitution, maybe you're rewiring, your inference stays fixed, and your pred moves. And that is just what we mean by independence, that you can wiggle one without the other. Okay, so independence is a function of both a theory and a testing paradigm. It's both a pred and an inference. There doesn't seem to be any sort of reason why it will be unique to IIT. And it doesn't really mean that theories are unfalsifiable. What it means is that it's like a game that I can play, whereas I can falsify it by finding some variation. So you might as well say that a theory like that is kind of pre-falsified. It's like I don't even really need to do the experiment because I'm aware that if independence is true, then I can keep inferences fixed and vary predictions in some arrangement, i.e. like rewiring a brain, etc. So this like broader generalization seems to apply to many, if not most, as far as we can see. And again, you kind of need to work through specific examples, but just to give you a sense of it. So let's say I thought very simplistically, or maybe not simplistically, that consciousness equals gamma band activity. Let's say that that's my early hypothesis. And then I intervene on the cortex, I rewire the connectivity in some unknown way, and I keep the input-output functionality of the cortex. So the inference stays fixed, yet now activity has kind of shifted away from the gamma band, and so I'm throwing these mismatches. So such a theory would kind of be pre-falsified, in that we kind of know that there would be some way to do it, if one could propose such a way. So now any theory is now following that unfalsifiable if its proponents throw out falsification as relevant. So if an IIT theorist, for instance, would hear this and then they say, well, this doesn't matter, then of course IIT is unfalsifiable. But otherwise it kind of is just falsified, right? There just exists a theoretical way to create mismatches, like a known way to create mismatches. That is what unfolding is. It's like a known way to create these mismatches. Okay, so then wait, but what's an unfalsifiable theory? And I think that this is quite interesting, and this is why I encourage people to kind of check out this formal framework, because it allows you to kind of answer this question. So an unfalsifiable theory is actually when you have, not when you have independence. An unfalsifiable theory is when you have dependence. So dependence would mean that I can't do what's drawn here. It would kind of be like if I tried to vary the pred here, and instead I varied my inference accidentally at the same time. So there's just no way to wiggle my inferences without wiggling my predictions, and vice versa, right? So that's dependency. And let's be clear and just call that strict dependency, which is what we do in the theory. So we say, listen, there are actually ways to define these sorts of things. And again, you can kind of check out the paper for more detail, but one way to satisfy strict dependency is a case where prediction is just a subset of inferences. Oh, that sounds a bit opaque. What does that mean? Okay, well, let's imagine you're B.F. Skinner, and somehow you also believe in consciousness, and you kind of come up with this behaviorist theory of consciousness, where you're simply just conscious of what you report, right? Like if you say red, I just believe you're conscious of red, right? That's my theory. So how could there ever be a mismatch between what you report and the predicted consciousness? Because you're just conscious of what you report, right? So this type of theory, and I'm aware this is kind of a straw man of behaviorism, but this sort of behaviorist theory here is unfalsifiable, like very provably unfalsifiable, because of the fact that this strict dependency holds. And I want to point out that kind of access sort of theories are also vulnerable to this issue. So let's say that you have a theory of consciousness that the information that's famous in the brain is what is conscious. And you end up defining famous as basically the information that's reportable. Okay, so you have the information that's reportable. That's what your prediction tells you should be conscious. And then you go to test that. Well, if everything is reportable, then there should never be any mismatch between what you do report and the information that you had that was reportable. So your theory, no matter what I do, I should always end up with the answer that, yeah, it's correct. I never can get a mismatch because anything I do will change the reportability and therefore will change what I can report. Right? So I want to point out that Johannes and I don't offer a purely negative view of this. We actually arrive at saying, well, listen, well, those were cases of strict dependency. And we had cases of independence. And so we knew independence is bad. We know that strict dependency, independence is bad because it leads to pre-falsification. And strict dependency is bad because it leads to unfalsifiability. So, but maybe there's this sort of lenient dependency. And I want to point out that this is either you can arrive at lenient dependency maybe by either changing how you test. So it's something about the inference, about the testing paradigm, or changing how you construct theories. So something about the prediction, right? Or some combination of the two. And so this is kind of actually our main conclusion, which is that any kind of successful testing combined with theory will be a case of lenient dependency. Right? And you know, when defining this, I think it should be clear what we mean is that there's some way that where you can wiggle one, but not to any sort of degree that you can consistently create mismatches. It's something like that is the best way to phrase exactly what that means. And I just want to share.
Okay, 1 minute now.
Okay, perfect. This is kind of like my current view, right? Which is that, listen, you can kind of separate theories depending on whether or not they're kind of pre-falsified by independence or unfalsifiable. And a theory of consciousness has to kind of get in between this gap between Scylla and Charybdis. And so, for example, for things that are pre-falsified because of independence, you might say things like integrated information theory, cortical feedback, probably higher order theories, representational theories, gamma band stuff. And then unfalsifiability would be things like illusionism, these weird behaviors theories, but maybe even stuff like consciousness as accessible, reportable information. And lenient dependency is either a new type of theory or very kind of strong assumptions about your inferences and how you do testing and so on. So you can kind of create it maybe in multiple ways, but it's technically probably the only way through the straight. So thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thanks very much. Okay. Maybe the other organizers would like to unmute themselves.
Yeah, we wanted to clap, right? At least, you know, the organizers. So, yeah.
Hopefully you can hear us.
Yeah.
And anyone in the Zoom, you can also use the clap reaction to show appreciation. Yeah, I thought it was really, really lovely presentations from everyone there, really focused and very interesting. Anything anybody else wanted to say in the organizers before I move on to the next bit?
No, I think it was pretty intense to watch, right? So I mean, it was intense for me, and I knew at least two of, you know, the content of 2 talks roughly.
Are you suggesting we have a little break?
No, I would continue, but you know, just just wanted to say it basically. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, really great. I mean, yeah, very enjoyable for me at least. So we're going to go into more of a discussion phase now, and the first chunk will just be with the speakers. To begin with, just to make sure everybody gets a chance to say something, I thought we would go through each speaker in the order they presented, and everyone can just have 2 minutes to talk now, where they can respond to what they've heard in some of the other talks. And you know, you don't have to worry about getting everything you want to say in here or anything, or even making a really central point. But if you've got something you want to say in response, we can go through now. So should we just start that phase now, do you think? Yeah. So Adrien would be first if you want to start things off. And you can, so another thing we can do is just bring up anything we want to talk about in the discussion now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the first thing is more of a comment. In Larissa's talk, you said that you basically started by already accepting causal structure theories. You said, the reason we know we can use a system for empirical evidence is that it's structurally similar to us. But this is like the definition of circularity. You said you cannot trust the reports, you can only trust the causal structure theory. So if that's true, I think maybe we just need to split in two different fields because we have so different starting points. So that's one thing. The second thing is that in both Andrew and Larissa's talks, I felt like I didn't really get what kinds of systems you think we can use. Because you say, oh, we need to use systems that we know about. And then you say, yeah, but we can also use fruit flies. And then you say, we know that in dreamless sleep, it's different from sleeping, but I think it's pretty clear that you need third-person data, not first-person data, to know the difference between the two. And there's also some weird cases I wonder what you think about. For example, in anesthesia, potentially the phi of the autonomous nervous system is higher than the phi in your brain. So what do we make of this? Either we ask subjects when they wake up and they say they were not conscious, so we have a problem because you say there was consciousness in the system. But then if we trust the report of the person who was in the anesthesia, it has nothing to do with the causal structure. So I wonder what you think about that too. And about the people who, Johannes and Erik's talk, I wonder what you think about this. Does it work if you basically try to use the reports as data? And basically that's your that's your independent variable. So you do experiments and you collect lots of data. And then you sort of try to regress conscious mechanisms that will allow you to predict the next data points. So you're like only relying on reports, and then you're trying under the hood to come up with a construct that will allow you to predict the next reports. So you're not defining the consciousness by the reports themselves, you're just using them to find out to find the mechanism out. So I wonder if you think this is problematic or if it's the kind of in-between that you were talking about. And then about Jake's talk, I think it's an interesting proposal to try and say, we'll try and agree that phenomenology is, for example, integrated, but then in order to avoid the unfolding argument, we need to mathematize this in a manner that is, how did you put it again? That is functionally indistinguishable. I think that's interesting, and I wonder actually what everybody thinks about this, because maybe it's a sort of common ground we can stand on.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, hopefully we'll get to cover each of that as we go. I think it's Jake next, right, in the running order. Do you want to just say a couple of things you want to talk about later on, Jake?
So I don't have a lot to add. Adrien covered most of my points in regards to Larissa and Andrew's talks, mainly just this idea that you can only trust things that are functionally or structurally similar to us, but there's kind of an implicit assumption of what it means to be structurally similar there. The only other thing that I'd like to talk about later on is just the idea of independence in Erik and Johannes's framework. There's this notion of strict dependence as the inability to vary prediction without also varying your inference. And I feel like the goal of a good theory is to get to that point where your predictions are always matching your inferences. So I feel like strict dependence isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's kind of the goal is to find a way of partitioning the system so that your partitions match your inferences. And so I think the key to independence then is that you're using different parts of your data set for prediction and inference. So the problem with something like a behaviorist theory is that the input-output behavior is used for both prediction and inference. So that is a problem. But I think if you treat your internal data as the part of the data set for prediction and your input-output behavior as the part of the data set for inference, I would say that satisfies independence. And then the goal is to get to this notion of what's being called strict dependence, which is that your predictions are matching up with your inferences.
Okay, great, thanks. Andrew, do you want to, anything you want to talk about later on?
Yeah, sure. I guess I can respond to a couple of things that Adrien had to say. So yeah, I think, and this was kind of the main point of my presentation, I think everything's got to hinge on human consciousness, meaning like wakeful human consciousness. And as you go further and further away from that in any direction you like, these lines of inference get shakier and shakier. And I had thought of for this talk, and I decided that it would just take up too much bandwidth, making like a scatter plot, you know, with several axes, like physical similarity, functional similarity, every other kind of similarity you can think of to awake human brain, a human being. And as you go further and further away from that, the origin on those axes, you're less and less justified in talking about consciousness and in using those kinds of systems to make any kind of judgment or test about a theory of consciousness. But it's a gradient. And so I guess the trouble with that picture is like, where do you draw the line? And in my mind, the line is like right outside, you know, like monkeys is where I kind of draw the line in my mind. But yeah, it's true. As you know, you get to like fruit flies, they have neurons, which are in a lot of ways quite like our neurons. They sleep. That's something that they have in common with us. And you'd think that, well, when they're awake and when they sleep, there might be a difference in consciousness that corresponds to the difference that we observe in ourselves when we're awake or when we sleep. But it's getting pretty shaky at that point. And the other point about, I think he's referring to the study with the electrodes to the fly brains, showing that this like phi star measure, or one of these covariance-based phi measures, was higher for the anesthetized than the wake flies. I would say that probably means that's a bad measure of consciousness, right? That whatever phi measure they were using there is not a good one. And you either need a better version of phi to apply to the fly brain, or else maybe there's not one, you know, and then either stop talking about flies or find a new measure, find a new theory. But, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Johannes, do you want to bring up any points for later?
Yeah, maybe I just, so I'll just answer real quick on Adrien's question that you put in. So this idea, you know, to use reported data points or as independent variable, and then maybe do some sort of regress to find, you know, a theory of consciousness. So in my mind, there's two very different ways of, you know, doing theoretical science that currently clash. The one is more the inference type procedure that is being used in neuroscience. So you try to find data and trying to infer from the data what the model is. The other one is what some people call the hypothetical deductivist model from physics, where basically, and other sciences, of course, where basically we're saying we don't even care how you came to the hypothesis. You know, we don't even care how you made the model. Just test it. And I think that it's, you know, much of the tension that is there actually comes from these two perspectives, and I do think that they're both very variable, and you know, it's a young field, so no clue which one will be more successful in the end. But I also think that in both cases, we have to have some sort of testing predictions. I cannot imagine even in a Lakatosian framework without that. And so, so I do think that the problem holds. I do think it's a good idea, but I think the problem nevertheless holds. And I'd just like to emphasize, to close this, that I think really it's not such a big, you know, big unimpossible problem. It's basically just, you know, thinking about how a report in the experiments actually reflects what the theory predicted. And that will establish, if we do that in a good way, it will establish linear dependency. Yeah. And so, and just 1 second, what I'd like to add is that I think much of the thinking we all share here in this discussion comes from this assumption, you know, there is the physical state and determines consciousness. And of course, there's other alternatives too. And I think if we open that box, you know, I think there's a huge space that can be explored. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Johannes. Larissa, anything you want to bring up for the discussion later?
Yes, and I want to thank Adrien for bringing up the issue with assuming that the system should be physically similar to us, and that presupposing causal structure theories to be true. So this is not the case. In fact, all that I presuppose in postulating that is physicalism, basically, or the fact that consciousness somehow does rely on physical systems, right? And if I do that, then I can trust that a physical system that's similar to me has this similar experiences, right? This still is compatible with functionalism. So if they're physically similar, they might be functionally similar. It just doesn't exclude causal structure theories, right? And I'm not making any strong claims about whether it needs to be causal structure or functionalism or anything. I'm just postulating that somehow consciousness depends on the physical systems, on the physical substrate. And so you could make an argument and say, well, why should I take physical similarity and not, for example, functional similarity? So you could say I can make the same argument you made, but using functional similarity. But that actually does presuppose functionalism, right? And then your prediction and your inference are not independent anymore. So the most general thing I can do is assume physical similarity, and then everything else is still open. And now there should still be ways to distinguish between physical structure theories and functionalism, even if all my test cases have to be physically similar to me. And one example is the feed forward versus feedback thing. So in IIT. So it's not true that you cannot distinguish between these two possibilities, whether feed forward exclude consciousness or not, because in our brain we have neurons that are connected in a feed-forward manner, mostly to other regions of the brain, and we have regions of the brain that are connected in a recurrent way, right? And the problem with feed-forward systems from the perspective of IIT is that you cannot draw borders around the system, right? So there's nothing that causally, and causally is important here, causally distinguishes the system from its environment, because all you have is a stream of information that gets sent, but nothing ever comes back, right? And so that predictions that you need borders leads to the prediction of IIT that there is a main complex in the brain, and everything that's in the main complex will directly contribute to consciousness and everything else will not. So we can test if all the things that are only connected to the main complex in a feed-forward manner are excluded from, actually do not contribute to consciousness or not, right? And if that's not the case, if we find that some region, like to joke, your retina or something, right, contributes directly to consciousness, then IIT would be falsified. And the feed-forward connections could definitely contribute to a unified system. So that works. And then
I think we might have to move to the next speaker, for Larissa, if that's okay. Unless you want to just quickly, if there's a keyword you can throw out that we can remember to bring up later.
Just the pre-falsified, if that still applies, if you assume that you ground the inference in physical systems.
Okay, sure. We'll try and get onto that. Yeah, okay, great. Niccolò, do you want to bring up anything you'd like to talk about based on what we've heard?
Just a question, actually. That speaks to this idea of what counts as structurally similar and what doesn't count as structurally similar. So, as far as I understand IIT, that diagram that with the two systems, a recurrent system with a high phi and a feed-forward system with a zero phi, I think was introduced as a sort of explanatory tool, right? I think maybe Larissa and Andrew would be more precise here. So that was something that could explain how, for example, we have a structure like a cerebellum in our skull that is somehow a feed-forward system, yet it doesn't generate consciousness exactly because of this. So it points at a specific property, right, of a system, at a difference between a type of system and another type of system. and as an explanatory tool says, look, this difference here is what makes the difference. This difference here is what is actually relevant in our explanatory endeavor. So just a question is, if we don't rely on this type of structural similarity, how could other theories, other approach would account for the fact that, for example, the cerebellum is not relevant in the consciousness generating process? That's it.
Okay, thank you. And Erik, do you want to have anything you want to bring up for the discussion?
Sure. So first, I just want to very quickly answer Jake Hanson's very good point that we had to be very careful in the paper about distinguishing between strict dependencies, which are cases that we consider pathological, and cases where your theory is true, right? Because if your theory is true, then of course your inferences, you shouldn't be getting any mismatches, and that your theory should generally tell you that the things that are conscious are actually conscious, and so on. So we're very careful to define that based off of whether or not you can assess whether there will be a mismatch without doing an experiment. So in other words, if you just say that my theory is that whatever a system reports, it is conscious of, that's clearly kind of pathological or unfalsifiable or uninformative. And the reason why is because I don't even then need to do the experiment. So I don't even need to go get any sort of additional empirical information about the world. It's kind of like modally true across all possible worlds. But yeah, Jake, I'd love to see more work done on like figuring out exactly where those modalities lie, but we do talk about that in the paper. And then I just want to address this issue that Larissa brought up of kind of a potential way out. I mean, that's definitely the way we see it, is that like there's kind of traps here and that there are these potential ways out. So one of them that we talk about in our paper is precisely this sort of notion of, well, why don't we just try to restrict inferences just to humans only? So I really only believe or have faith in inferences that are based off of humans or kind of very similar things to me, either through biological homology or through some sort of structure, right? And I think that this route involves pretty significant sacrifices in the end. So in particularly two ways. So one is that if your inference is strong, so you say you believe kind of reports from things that are structurally similar or biologically homologous, the opposite end of that is that you end up implicitly saying that non-human system reports and behaviors contain no empirical information about consciousness. So in other words, if like a non-human organism acts in great pain in some neural state, it just ends up being zero information for the theory. And then I think that because of this, it ends up being contradictory to argue that you can use inference from the best explanation from human systems and then go out to non-human systems and reason about them, because you've already implicitly said in your inference functions that non-human systems contain no empirical information about consciousness when they contradict it. So in other words, you generalize when they don't contradict it, and then you don't allow them to falsify when they do contradict the theory. And so I think that it ends up very much restricting the generality of the theory. So that's one concern I would have. And then another concern that I have is that there's not evidence that independence doesn't hold just in the set of human brains. So just if I kind of allow like even possible neurological rewirings and things like that, just the definition of independence is very broad. Now, I want to point out that there's no sense in which we have proof that independence does hold in the set of human brains, because it's not like we have a case of like the unfolding argument where there's a very clear mathematical thing like the sort of thing Adrien provides. But it certainly seems imaginable that one could use TMS or all sorts of outside causal perturbations to a brain to get it to keep the same report or input-output functionality, and then change around what ends up being, the phi that gets generated from IIT, and that ends up shifting, and so you start throwing mismatches. So anyways, I think that that's everything. There was something about grounding, but maybe I'll leave that for the discussion in general.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks everyone for your thoughts. I think Johannes and Joanna are taking over now on the chair, right?
Yeah, that's perfect. So we'll just have a dynamic chair. So I'd like to emphasize two things. So we will stay, at least the organizers. Oh no, I think John has to leave at some point. But anyway, we will stay until all questions have been asked. So just so you know, like we really, want to have a thorough discussion. And we've just discussed that we will now also start taking raised hands. So I'll just emphasize again, if you want to ask a question, just raise your hand. If you have a comment on something that is just being discussed, use the blue feed forward symbol, but please try to make it short and concise. And so we'll also give the speaker a little bit more time to interact. So for example, Larissa and Adrien, so what's the status? Like, do you manage, like, do you think you're converging on something, or is there still a lot of disagreement among the two of you?
Go ahead, Larissa.
If not, that's also fine. Yeah.
Well,
Otherwise,
well, Adrien, I guess I have to ask if you accept that explanation or not.
Yeah. No, so I think okay, I have 2 points. The first one is that I don't think it's true that being a physicalist like opens a door to any theory, such as, you say you require things to be similar physically. And I think that's sort of unfair to functionalist theories, because theories can be functionally close but physically apart. On the other hand, I kind of understand your point when you say, yeah, well, I presuppose structural similarity and you require functional similarity. So we really have extremely different starting points, is what is sort of emerging, I feel. And my opinion is that it's more sensible to start closer, to have a prior that gives more weight to functional, like input-output data. And you seem to disagree with this.
Yeah, I think it still maybe didn't come across right yet on what you assume as your basis for the inference versus testing the theory, right? So if I say that they should be physically similar in order to make the inference, I'm restricting very much, as Erik said, I'm very much restricting the set of scenarios under which I can test the theory. However, and that is something to argue about, I'm not restricting it. You can still test functional theories under that restriction, right?
That's true,
If
but it's restricting
right, so
a lot the functionalist theories, and not restricting a lot.
And I'm arguing that you have to restrict it that much in order to basically allow to test any kind of theory. Because if you restrict it to functionally similar systems, you're restricting it less, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you cannot test causal structure theories anymore, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see your point. But I wonder if there is not a danger that you're restricting in precisely the way that suits you, like Erik just said, basically. Because the way I understand it, actually, there is one single verified prediction of IIT. And that is that when the brain is sort of functioning with like wakeful characteristics, then phi is high, otherwise it's pretty low. And to me, this is, in a sense, quite trivial, right? Because when the brain is performing in a high regime, it has to do a lot of stuff and it has to be packed in a little skull. So this is like sort of a constraint that favors recurrent processing integrating information. But then what do you say about the fact that the conscious autonomous system has a higher phi during anesthesia potentially than the brain? Nevertheless, subjects don't say they are conscious. Or what do you say about the fact that the immune system integrates presumably a lot of information? What do you say that when someone is dead, if we heat up their brain, it probably will integrate more information, but we would say there is no consciousness? I mean, my worry is that you can cherry pick the cases that suit you. And in all the examples that I said, I could never propose, how about the case when you have consciousness, but phi is low? And the reason for this, we would say, is not that phi detects consciousness. It's just that the brain sort of trivially has lots of integration when it's working.
Yeah, so this is exactly where the inference from, to the best explanation comes in. And as I said, it's never beyond any doubt, right? So you are very welcome to take any sort of experiment and say, well, but I have a different explanation that would not fit with what IIT says, right? So for example, anesthesia and being conscious. So there are different anesthetics. One of them, so most of them put you under, and we can tell from brain activity that there is nothing going on, right? So also from a functional perspective, you're just gone, right? But there are others that actually seem to induce dreamlike states. It's just that afterwards you lose your memory, right? So that is exactly what we have to distinguish by further experiments. And Rob Sanders here in Madison, for example, what he does is he puts a tourniquet on people's arms, and he could actually, then the arm isn't paralyzed, but the rest of the body is from the anesthetic. And he could show that in up to like 10% of cases, people are actually not unconscious during anesthesia because they can report to questions using their arm, right? So this would be another experiment to show like to get further evidence. So we have to go back and forth, kind of what Niccolò said. And
do they have very low phi?
No, they actually have dreamlike neural states in that case, right? So that's another dissociation you can do, but it's never perfect. But yeah, we just have to try to get our evidence. And as I said, I'm not sure we can in the end dissociate every kind of possible proposal, but there are a lot of ways that we can still progress, right?
Yeah. Is it okay if I just chime in on something related right now that also answers a question from the chat? Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to contrast this with so I understand the approach, and I would like to contrast it with the way that we think it makes sense to try and make progress. Just so you know, we have the both practical approaches on the table. The way we usually do things is that, well, I did my PhD with Michael Herzog here, and it was a psychophysics lab. So we did a lot of psychophysics. And for example, we had a question about consciousness. Is it a continuous process, or is it rather a discrete process? So we were relying on reports a lot to do our experiments. And so we basically tried to quantify how far apart two stimuli can be, such that they are not perceived or reported to be perceived separately, but instead they sort of fuse into a single percept. So basically we're running lots of subjects and asking them to report a lot. And then from their reports, we tried to infer what was the underlying mechanism that could best explain the findings we had. So you see, it's a very different starting point from yours, because we start really from the reports, but then we don't stop there. We don't say consciousness is the reports. We try to find out. It's like Johannes was responding to. We try to sort of regress the mechanism that created these reports. And I just wanted this to be on the table, you know, as a practical alternative to do the science, because we haven't talked about it yet.
Well, I mean, in this kind of experiment, you know, the starting point, like the origin of your question, probably was your first person experience. The question of, is this a continuous stream that I'm having, or is it, you know, a sequence of, is it discrete or continuous? I think that question first arises from human consciousness itself, right?
Yeah.
You know, you ask the question.
I can get behind that, yeah.
Right. And the reason you're using human subjects, I mean, it seems trivial, right? When you put it that way, that's the reason you're using human subjects in experiments, because you believe that they're having the same kind of experience you're having, and so the same questions apply.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't, you know, put, if I brought a black box into your lab, you know, you don't know how it's connected inside. You could put it through your experiments, but I don't think that the responses that you got would have the same value, and you wouldn't be able to make the same kinds of judgments about, oh, well, I think that the data from the black box says that its experience is discrete or continuous. It's just not the right kind of
yeah. So yeah. So the nice thing when you have human subjects is that you can assume a whole lot of things. You can assume that if you were to ask them, you know, do you feel like you have experience, they would say yes. And not only this, but also like hundreds of thousands of other questions that we would all respond to kind of similarly, because we have this underlying, you know, thing. I don't know what it is, but we have this underlying thing that we can just assume. And if you bring me a black box, I cannot assume any of this. So I also definitely will not, you know, say the conscious experience of this 2-line Python code is discrete. So I think we are quite close, but not exactly the same place by what we can just assume when we have a human subject. And so the reason why we don't think proceeding like we do is threatened by the unfolding argument is that it doesn't matter what causal structure is implementing this discrete thing, you know.
Yeah, I'm always worried that the space of possible transformations or substitutions is very large, right? Like,
yeah.
You had a like really excellent concrete example for folding versus unfolding. My suspicion is that there's a huge number of these sorts of things for all sorts of types of systems, and it becomes very, very difficult to say that they're down the road, you know, there won't be some kind of obvious way by which you can easily create problems for global workspaces. You can easily create problems for all these other things. I would say that, you know, to be a little bit fair to IIT theorists and Larissa as their designated representative here, that you know, the reason why these problems crop up in IIT, and the reason in a related note, and a reason why the unfolding argument kind of works so well, is because IIT is so well defined. Yeah. So even like something like global workspace is just not as well defined as IIT. Mm-hmm. But if you gave to me a, you know, kind of fame the brain-esque interpretation of global workspace, where you kind of work out how global workspace happens via information theory in terms of its spread and so on, I almost guarantee that I can find some sort of substitution where I can get the same sort of input-output structure and just massively interfere with like how the information propagates and to what degree it propagates.
Yeah, and if global workspace theorists, if one, you can do it, and two, they say that now it doesn't count as a global workspace anymore, then I agree they have a problem. And that's quite a shocking thing to notice, but I agree. If you can change, if you can substitute it and get them to say, no, this is not conscious anymore, then they have a problem.
Yeah, and I think just to say a final thing, which is that, you know, for these sort of actions wherein we define lenient dependency specifically with this sort of the kind of the action that Larissa is doing in mind, right? What Larissa's proposal is, and I think it's a very reasonable first response. Like as we said, we mentioned exactly this in the paper, is, well, let's try to just, if we have a more restrictive inference function, then it gets harder to wiggle the predictions without wiggling the inference function, right? So the more restrictive I make my inference function, the harder it gets. And I'm kind of sympathetic to that, in that both Johannes and I think that there's a possibility of coming up with kind of a more canonical sort of testing paradigm that somehow is more restrictive than just paying attention to, say, behavior. But it's very difficult to say what that is. And then I also do think that no matter what, it's going to be clear that you're losing something, probably something very significant, the more and more you restrict it. So if I can kind of keep going, right? I could say, I restrict my inference function to normal human brains, and you're not even allowed to rewire, right? Mm-hmm. So now it's just the actual set of normal, unempirically altered human brains. But of course, a lot of science is going in and doing TMS and doing these other things. Like, so we're already like violating all sorts of stuff like that. So I kind of just see it as this mathematical process of like, okay, so you're trying to shrink the inference function, but you're trying to shrink it to exactly the degree such that you haven't made it trivial. And then you can't really do inference to the best explanation to other non-human systems. And whatever that set point is, I don't know if there is one, and certainly I don't know what it is. I mean, I kind of hope that there is.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a fuzzy boundary, you know, and And it's going to be a place where different perspectives are going to kind of have to be free to disagree, right? But closer to the center, there should be less disagreement. That's the way I feel about it. Closer to the origin, which is normal human experience, there should be less disagreement. The further out you get, then people are going to set their boundaries in different places, and I don't know if this will ever end.
Yeah.
Johannes has a quick comment to this.
Yeah, so but I just want to add that, you know, on this perspective of finding a testing paradigm which doesn't lead to that problem. So I personally don't see much prospects of this being a testing paradigm which can just be applied to any theory whatsoever. So I think that's the real sort of categorical change that's required to resolve this problem. That's, you know, your testing, like even the interpretation of the report, has to somehow take into account what the theory is actually saying. Yeah, that was just a small input.
Larissa, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to come back to the global workspace example on the substitution, because Adrien said that, okay, if you get them to say that after the substitution, you don't have a global workspace, then they have a problem. But the crucial point is that if you don't get them to say that, they also have a problem, because if you don't get them to say that, then they're behaviorists, right? Then every report has to be taken at face value, and suddenly Siri becomes conscious if she says so, right?
No,
So,
that's not true. I think that's an important point. I think it's not
so then
true.
I would want to know how you escape that. So how do you escape taking every report at face value under the unfolding argument?
Well, I think Jake would be the one to talk about this, but you do what Jake said, basically. You find a way to propose a mechanism or a constraint for consciousness that is, as he put it, well, I don't remember how he put it. That is, yeah, so functionally indistinguishable. So you need your theory to sort of accept that if you don't change the function, then it's still there, right? Jake,
But now,
like
of course, you are presupposing functional.
But be aware, you two, like there's a, like, so Jake defined when he says function, he means input output. So that is actually exactly what Larissa meant when she says behaviorists. So I think Jake and Larissa are on a line here.
I think I'd just like to add that the important thing for me is that you specify what your inference procedure is, and then once it's specified, you can't have variance in prediction with fixed inference. So for me, it's most natural to say that inference is input-output behavior, because that's what's easiest to ground phenomenologically. So once you fix whatever inference procedure it is, you can no longer have prediction vary. So it's possible to include causal structure in your inference procedure, but I think you need to justify why you're saying it's there. And right now, I don't think the justification is there for IAT.
Well, let me backpedal here for a second, because you just said you can ground it phenomenologically, right? And all I'm saying is, well, you have to do that, right? And if you don't do that, then you can't use it. That's basically, and I think that's enough to destroy the unfolding argument.
I don't know. Can you explain why? I think I'm missing something.
Because once you ground your report, so report is not report is the point, right? So there is report that you can ground in phenomenology, and there is report that you cannot, right? Mm-hmm. And once you substitute, you cannot ground it anymore. And therefore, there is no falsification. As simple as that.
Well, if you, yeah, go ahead.
That's only true if you assume that causal structure is part of the phenomenological grounding. So if you assume that feedback is necessary for consciousness, then you say, oh, this isn't phenomenologically similar, but that assumption is what you need to test.
No, that's not the case. See, all you assume is so so can you trust the report? No, why can you trust, according to you, why can you still trust the substituted feed-forward human?
Because it's the same under every possible input-output condition.
that means you're presupposing input-output functionalism.
Right. And I'll never, yeah.
Okay. I am not, and therefore I'm just taking out all of these cases, right? So if I say they have to be physically similar, I am not actually restricting it to more than physicalism. I can still allow for it to be functional, right? So I can actually still test functionalism, and I can test causal structure, right?
Yeah, but the price you pay is that if I put a little feed-forward implant somewhere in your brain, or it doesn't even need to be feed-forward, it just needs to have a different causal structure. Then, and this is going to happen in the next 50 years, potentially. Then once this is in the brain, you're like, you can't do anything. And so I see the advantages of both cases, but the advantages of Jake and I's position is that once we do that, we can actually, it will be exciting. We can ask them and we can find out if they still report being conscious.
You can actually never find out because you're presupposing that they're conscious, right? I mean,
well, I'm asking them and they're saying yes. And I knew that before they had the implant, they were like 100% certain that we can be certain that they were conscious before the implant. Then we change, and I can ask them all the questions I like about consciousness, and they will probably give consistent answers, and I will trust them. You are saying I'm going to change it, and then based on nothing that the subject says, I'm going to just deny they're conscious and like dump them in the bin.
There's a way out of this dilemma which you face, and the way out is simply that IIT constructs a story why to trust this report and not that one. So for example, IIT basically says some causal structure in the brain is what is the consciousness, well then they can give a they give a story of why, if that is the case, why the report reflects on it. And then like once you have a system, you can just check, you can see. So is that is that a system that according to IT should actually match or not? And the challenge is
can I interrupt here?
Absolutely, just 1 second. I just want to say the challenge is to do that in a way to avoid the strict dependence. So that's where the but please go ahead.
So I know I'm the IIT representative here, but I don't think anything I say comes from IIT, right? So that's exactly the point, right?
But I just wanted to give an example of how you could, in the case of IIT, avoid this tension, right? It's not so much that you have to choose.
That helps here, because let's take so I have a brain, I take part of it out, I replace it with a feed-forward network. So Jake and Adrien assume that replacing doesn't have an effect. Whereas I'm not assuming anything. It might have an effect, it might not. All I'm saying is I don't know, so I cannot trust the report, okay?
And all I'm saying is there's no reason to choose either of these options. Either assume it doesn't have an effect, or saying I don't know, because there is the option that a theory like IT, but any other theory actually sort of gives you an answer. You could at least in principle consider the system and check whether in that system the report actually reflects on what the theory predicts to be conscious in the system.
To be fair, Johannes, in terms of how easy this is, right? I mean, if it were easy, we would have included it in our paper, right? Like we thought about it, and then we were like, this is actually very, very difficult. But I do want to, I completely agree with Larissa. I'm sure Larissa, well, maybe Julia didn't care at all, but maybe Julia was like, what is Erik doing? And, in a strange way, I do think that the paper, the falsification and consciousness paper with Johannes is in a sense a defense of IIT. I mean, at minimum in the sense of saying, well, listen, almost everyone is in the same boat, and you can either kind of err on this side of being very liberal, in which case you get all these issues of substitutions, or you can be, incredibly conservative and strict. But then I do think you end up with these issues of very possibly strict dependency. Certainly, I think that if you had a theory of consciousness that said that all that matters is the input-output function, that is the only thing that matters, then I think that will almost certainly fall into the strict dependency camp. So now, and that that middle part is either some way of testing that we can't think of, like tracking the causal stream of reports in some way that avoids the strict dependency issue, which Johannes and I couldn't figure out, but we were exhausted by the end of the paper anyway. So, or it's some sort of, new theory that implicitly does that as well. But anyways, just to kind of be to say that I'm not sure that, the way that this is framed, and I think Adrien again framed it appropriately in the beginning, because IIT is the most well formalized, because there's this really obvious, not obvious obviously, but a very nice case of how you can unfold that and keep the input output the same. But I really think that even if one is immensely restrictive and says something just like only physical human systems or so on, there's going to be little rewirings and things like that you can do, and so it becomes extremely difficult to avoid without losing something. I mean, you lose either some sort of generality, or you become so restrictive in how you allow these things to be tested that you run the risk of this tautology that I think is kind of looming out there.
Let's maybe take questions from the audience, since we've been running already for 2 hours. Matteo, would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you very much. So I think you can hear me, right? Okay.
Yes.
So I think Adrien already partially answered the question, or at least tried. I would like to maybe insist a little bit, because in light of what you just said in the past 10 minutes, it seems to me, Adrien, you said that, well, we all believe that you say that function is sufficient. So if you have the same function, if it's even functionally equivalent, then you see no reason to doubt about the report being veridical and the experience being there. However, you also said that the function is actually not sufficient, because you said, if I take Siri and Siri looks like I can talk with it, it passed the Turing test. This is stupid. We all know that I can't just program a thing in Python and make it, spit out words like a human being. That thing is not conscious. But also you say that causal structures are, you say, neither sufficient nor necessary, because you really don't want that to be a constraint on your theory, that you have this idea that comes from, we don't really know where, and that's Jake's points, that causal structure are necessary to constrain your theory. So can you tell us a little bit more? Is function sufficient? Is it necessary? Is it both? Is it neither?
Well, what the unfolding argument shows is that causal structure is neither necessary nor sufficient. Then about function, I don't think that if I record the responses of one of my subjects in a psychophysical experiment and then just play them back, that will be conscious, of course, because that's a tiny, like, vanishing slither of the function, the input-output function of a conscious being. Then but this is like all independent of the unfolding argument, I should say. But I think I would be ready to bite the bullet in saying, if there is a system which for any possible input has exactly the same output as me, then that's fine. Then I would be okay to say that it is conscious. If there is no possible way you can distinguish me from the other system, right? They say all the same things about their consciousness, then I would bite that bullet, I think. But I would like to stress again that it is independent from the unfolding argument. So it might be a criticism of what I did during my PhD, but it's not a criticism of the unfolding argument.
It does come with the unfolding argument, though, right? Because the unfolding argument, either you accept the report or you don't, right? So if you accept the report, then you have to do what you say now. You have to bite the bullet and say that if there's a black box system and it works exactly like me, input output wise, it's conscious, right? And
yeah, or either it's conscious or there's just no way to do consciousness science.
Right, and right. I think we have shown that wrong, right? There is a way to do consciousness science, and you actually don't have a way to tell.
You don't, yeah, well, so what the unfolding argument tries to show is that the way that basically all researchers study consciousness by using rivalry or by using masking or by using TMS or by using like anything does not depend, like the results of these experiments do not depend on causal structure. That's what the unfolding argument tries to show. Then, I mean, then I guess the job of escaping the unfolding argument is that you need to show why this is actually not that important. And that's what I tried to show in my presentation today, that one possible reply to the unfolding argument is to say, yeah, but all these third-person data are not that important because we have the first-person data, which can independently justify why we believe IIT without all these unfolding problems. And I tried to show that this is not true. I think, yeah, go ahead.
And can you say, so what, so I mean, I think what you just said is exactly what, you know, Erik and I show formally. And the question is just, so there's a problem with all of these experiments in a certain sense, you know, they don't actually depend on the theory under consideration. So why do you then proceed to blame it on one particular theory and not just say, well, obviously there's an issue in the testing paradigm that, you know, given in fact that there's also substitutions which are not unfoldings, so there's much more.
Well, so so one straightforward reply is that, as Erik said, we have a very nice demonstration that this is like rigorously true for IIT without any extra assumptions. Like you believe IIT's formulation, and you believe math basically, and you have it.
Yeah, but
I guess
in my paper it's the same for all
that's
theories.
Not true.
That
it depends. We had to say it
informative.
depends if you can find the transformation. It depends if the people of how the global workspace people reply to this, and it also depends on your formalism being okay. I have a question on your formalism, but maybe we can come to that after we finish this segment.
That would be wonderful. Yeah, but I'm just saying that, you know, like I think that there's a proof of, like, we prove literally that if these two assumptions hold, there exists a transformation. So I think that's as mathematical as you can get. And yeah, I agree with you that in order to write down actual formulations, one would have other theories that are as much developed. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. I think we're starting to turn around in circles.
Yeah. Shall we just take the next question from the audience then? Maybe Lenora Blom. Or if not, Will Maynor.
No, I'm here. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, thank you, everyone. This has been really illuminating. And particularly, I wanted to thank Johannes for giving me a private tutorial on unfolding and substitution. So thank you.
That might have been biased.
Yeah. Now, I think I'm the only person here who has an affinity for global workspace. So I'd like to say something about that. And also a complexity theorist. So for me, both the unfolding and even substitution had problems because I see consciousness not just being the input-output map, but the architecture, the processes, and the dynamics. And I think Phi actually, I think, measures some of that too. So I think that's good. So that's why I don't like unfolding. And then from a complexity point of view, it doesn't take into account that unfolding is going to require an enormous amount of new hardware, maybe more than the atoms in the universe. And I think the same thing happens for substitution. So from a complexity point of view, in terms not even of the computational part, but even just the hardware part, there's problems with that. But also I think qualitatively, it's really the architecture, processes, and dynamics that have a lot more to do with consciousness than just input output. And then thirdly, I wanted to say that I think this is a workshop or seminar on the mathematics of consciousness science, right? And so it seems to me if you have mathematics, it's going to apply a lot more to non-human consciousness as well. So I'm not just wedded to the human consciousness or things that are like me. I think that we can think of machines as being conscious as well, potentially. So those are my comments, coming from a slightly different perspective, and would like to hear anything. So thank you again. I think this is really, really very stimulating. Okay.
Michael, would you like to go next?
Maybe can we just like, is there any answer, any particular thing related to what Lenore said? I think it was very nice input.
I would have something to say about the practicality of unfolding things. You can unfold a tiny system and get all the same problems as for a big system. You can just take a little bit of the brain and change it by a feed-forward network. And importantly, the percept that IIT predicts depends really finely on the causal structure you have. So it's not true that you need to completely unfold it in order to have a problem. Like the causal structure for smelling coffee that I was talking about earlier, you can add another causal structure that it changes less than being completely unfolded, but changes the percept. And lastly, it depends also on the level of detail you need, right? So you can require the input-output functions to be exactly identical or only approximately identical. And if you want to say that approximately identical doesn't count, then you can argue that, but then you have to argue why you think consciousness depends on this epsilon difference in the input-output. But yeah, that's a possible way to argue. I just wanted to put this on the table.
Yeah, and I'd just like to briefly add that I think that complexity is really interesting path forward, because if you have really complicated functionality, you do require some sort of complex internal dynamics to mirror that. And I think the key is trying to get the internal dynamics to match the functional output. So whatever you think is meaningful internally has to be reflected functionally. And so with IIT, since it's possible to fix the function and change the phi value, I think that what it's picking up on is not relevant to consciousness. The other point is just in regards to the size of an unfolded network. It is possible, so if you trivially unfold something, you do get this super exponential growth in the number of neurons or bits required, but you can craftily do it in ways that preserve the efficiency of the computation, although not always perfectly. But I think the more interesting point there is that there's this underlying appeal to efficiency as an inference procedure. So we think that perhaps something should be conscious if it's more efficient. And I think if that is the case, then it should be formally stated as such in terms of the inference procedure. So this system is more conscious than this one because it's more efficient, and there's perhaps evolutionary reasons to suspect that efficiency is tied to consciousness. So I do think the efficiency argument is interesting as well.
Jake, just a small comment on that. So, you know, like I suppose when you talk about this being done efficiently and, you know, not changing the number of components, I suppose you're referring to the paper where you basically show that, you know, concerning there's isomorphisms, finite automata automorphisms. So I think, you know, like there's a little bit of a sort of like in IT is not about the states of a finite automorphism, automata. IT is really about the components of the physical system. So, you know, so the Cohn-Rhodes results don't really apply. I mean, I don't know if you can prove in another way that there's an efficient implementation, but typically they don't apply. So typically, like, even if for a finite time you want to have a neural network, not the nodes of a finite automaton, reproduce what a recurrent network does, a highly recurrent network, it will explode. Like it will be, I mean, yeah, so I just wanted to add that. So I'm not sure whether this is really correct if applied to the thing IIT has in mind.
So
go ahead.
Go ahead, Jake.
Oh, I'm not sure. I think we need to talk about it in more detail, but my gut response is that every neural network is a finite state automaton. But whether you do get this exponential explosion for certain systems, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised that that's the case. But I think the key is to study the cases where you don't get that exponential explosion, really pin down what's being measured by phi.
So I just wanted to say that, I mean, I don't know how many of you know that. I know all the speakers know, but in a sense, IIT brought up the functional equivalence in 2014, right? And we have this paper that shows that because of efficiency, there is a reason why integrated systems evolve rather than feed-forward systems. And I would say that I think, I mean, Jake showed that you can have these smaller systems that you can expand with the same number of nodes. And I think that the constraint here is the amount of memory. So I think the more memory the system has, the more the unfolding will explode, right? But all this said, I don't think the practicality matters at all for the unfolding argument. So I think we can kind of set that aside here. It's just required that the substitution is in principle possible to have the argument hold, right?
Because it would even work for, you know, even if you have a small system, it would be falsified.
Well, you can't falsify anything in small systems because you don't know whether they're conscious or not. That's the whole, I mean.
But then turn it the other way around. Basically, you take a big system and you basically just replace small parts of it. And then you can basically show that we can, it's not only that phi is 0 or phi is larger than 0 or 0. What you can do is basically you can verify, you can find for each phi more or less a system that does the same job.
So in order to
it can extremely be large, you just replace small parts of it.
No, I don't agree. I don't disagree with the unfolding premise, right? I mean, actually, IIT was the first ones to say that you can always produce a functionally equivalent phi 0 system. We said that in
I know, no question about it. Yeah.
So we're not disagreeing with that at all. All we're saying is that this is possible, so you have to be careful with your. So this is possible according to IIT. So IIT actually says that you have to be careful with your report.
Yeah, it should say that you have to disregard the report because it has nothing to do with causal structure in there.
No, but that's the whole thing, because you can still, so there's better report, and I know that the criticism comes up that IIT in the one case they use behavior, in the other case they don't use behavior, right? And the distinction is whether you can make a decent inference independent of IIT or whether you cannot. And you can make a decent inference as long as you have healthy humans that aren't substituted at all. And there are some predictions that are hard to test, right? So this inactive versus inactivated is I think, a good example where you would all agree. So if I take all inactive neurons in the brain and I zap them, right? I kind of hold them clamped. IIT would say, now I completely changed the experience, right? Clearly you didn't change. If you do this perfectly, you didn't change the input-output behavior at all, right? So you have your case just as with the substitution argument. So testing that directly is very difficult, but there's other ways and arguments to make on why inactive neurons and how inactive neurons might contribute, right? And it is our way forward to find tests that are done in the systems where we can actually rely on report. And I would argue that we still have a sufficient number of tests available, and we just have to rely on the most. So I mean, yes.
I think I just want to say very briefly before I have to go, unfortunately, well, one, thanks to everyone, but two, and then I'll just leave with this little note, which is that I think that this is getting quite close to this notion of how should you restrict your inferences. And I think it's this case of, well, what if you did kind of like a minimal neurological unfolding of a small brain module? So you preserve the module's input output, but you keep everything else the same. And instead of replacing it with some chip, right, like it's a different physical system, it's just a rewiring of brain. Now, obviously these are kind of like sci-fi scenarios, but not too much. And then in this case, right, you have to have an inference function in order to not create a mismatch and then falsify a theory like IIT. you need to have an inference function that's somehow so restricted that it literally just says, well, you can't do that. Like you're not kind of allowed to test the theory in this case. And while that may sound ridiculous, I think maybe for chips, it's not so ridiculous. I mean, I suspect that there's much more minimal rewirings than just an unfolding, that you can just kind of do some symmetries and kind of swap some things around, and then that can also influence it. So I would just say that to me, it seems very difficult to draw a bright line on these inferences with an example like that that is really going to hold up long term. And that's essentially all I have to say. So thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much, Johannes and everyone, for organizing. And Joanna.
Bye, Erik. It was nice.
Bye, Erik. Thanks.
Michael, did you still want to say something?
Yeah, I have more to say about for Larissa, but maybe I had a small comment for Niccolò too about the falsification. First of all, it's not about falsification because usually that's empirically. What actually the unfolding argument shows, there is an inconsistency in it. And basically, it shows you can find for any phi you want, or for lots of phis, you can find equivalent systems in some way. That means there is not one falsification. This is basically an infinite number of falsifications. So just saying, oh, I agree with you, one falsification is not sufficient, but this is basically a consistent set of inconsistencies. And I think that's a problem, if you believe in it or not.
Yeah, I think that when when I say falsification, I'm using the Popperian definition, which is the theory has to exhibit a prohibited state of affair.
Yeah.
Okay? So if a theory does that, it is in principle falsifiable. So I see the point that if the unfolding argument is correct, then you have a systematic, basically, type of replication, right?
And you have it at the core of the theory. It is not that you are falsified at the fringe of the prediction. It's really something central, and then you basically have a problem. This is an argument that came up a couple of times about that it's not about falsifiability. It's really about, it's a falsification where it's inconsistent, actually. It's an inconsistency in the theory.
Well, I think it's not, all we need to do is to show that there is a reason for why systems that behave as we do in nature are integrated, right? So, and there definitely is a reason. There's the efficiency reason. Yeah. We've shown that, right?
But that's just a necessary condition. You need to show it is sufficient.
Sufficient.
It is sufficient.
Sufficient for consciousness.
Yeah.
You mean?
The phi is biconditional. Just showing it's necessary is not sufficient.
Well, no, but in your argument, it's actually the necessary part that's important, right? Because we're saying it's necessary. So all the things that don't have phi are not conscious, right? So it's actually the necessary part here. And I think the necessary part can be shown in...
No, it's the sufficient part too, because we can take a recurrent system and the other way around. We can take a feed-forward system and fold it, and all of a sudden it should be conscious. But there's no difference.
It's a biconditional.
Well, but you don't know if it's conscious or not. That's the whole point, right?
Okay, but that's a debate we had before. And, my point is, take a big system, take a human brain, do the implant. Why all of a sudden I should not believe in it? I think it becomes circular.
Because you should not believe in it because it's not circular. You should not believe in it because you have no grounding to believe in it, right? So I totally am on the same.
But why should, if I get implant and replace some recurrent parts by the feed forward, why shouldn't you trust my report, or should trust that I'm doing this? Unfolding argument shows, you do the same thing, and all of a sudden my consciousness has changed.
Well, because
I don't need to put it to zero. I don't need to put it to zero. I just need to reduce the phi a little bit with the same input. And all of a sudden you say, no, it's not true.
Okay, yes, you cannot prove that IIT is right in that scenario, right? You can never do that anyways. But the change in so we're not saying that is a test case. But you cannot make the point that it's falsified. It's just not, right?
But can I ask, I have to ask again, Michael,
but that's the unfolding argument. The unfolding argument shows that basically everything stays the same. And I just don't need to get phi to 0. I just need to reduce it a little bit. And
Yes.
then IT is 1.
But why is it so hard for anyone? Can I just jump in real? Because I'd like to address this question to Michael, but it's as much a question for Larissa. So we're currently, talking about whether we would assume the changed system to be conscious or not. So I mean that seems to me totally, preliminary. Why can't we just not accept that eventually this question needs to be answered by the theory under consideration, so, and not in the sense, like that we trust its prediction, but in the sense that the theory has to tell us how report reflects on its prediction, how report echoes its prediction. And as long as we have any calculation, which we can trust or not, we're just, being purely, how do you say this? Like willkürlich. We're just basically purely arbitrary. Yeah. So is that, Michael, what's your intuition on this? Like, is this something you could consider that,
No, I think in this respect, the starting point is really trivial in some way. That's basically what Larissa and Andrew said before. We know in some way what we want to explain in some way. The big question is, that's what Jake said, the big question is how do we come to the underlying structures?
But I think that knowing of what we want to explain, that's a preliminary step we're taking now because everything is very, very initial. We have one theory that's well enough developed and all others are very, very promising, but still in a certain sense, not formal, and we just can't do the calculation. But what if Larissa came around tomorrow, she calculated all night and then she'd show you a calculation that shows that why the report of the system, is true, in the sense that it echoes the actual prediction of IT in the case where you don't have implants, and it's wrong in the case where you have implants. So I'm not saying that's possible, and that's probably very difficult. But wouldn't that be something that resolves the whole problem?
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, and I think the only thing to say then is that IIT is clearly compatible with saying that you experience one thing and you report another, right? Which is kind of part of the problem, but yeah.
So can I say something? So as a global workspace.
Sorry, I need to go. I'm sorry for this. Just
was a pleasure to have you.
Wanted to thank the organizers and
thanks for coming and initiating.
And all speakers.
With Adrien.
I'm sorry. I want to defend IIT because I think it's absolutely true. Input-output is not the answer. And so even though you have an infinite or many counter examples here, falsifications, by unfolding different ways and getting different measures, it means at each stage you've actually changed you don't have the same system anymore. So it makes sense that the phi will change as you're changing the structure, because phi is also measuring the structure, not just input-output. And I don't know if you agree with me, Larissa, but I think that's one of the answers for IIT. You're not just measuring input-output. And so these infinite number of examples, or even the smaller example that he said that you had with a very small unfolding, well, yeah, that'll have a similar phi, but if there's just a little bit of unfolding, you would expect it to be very similar to the one that you start with. If it's totally unfolded, then you don't have anything. But you would expect it is a different system for sure, and it has a little different phi, but they're both positive and they're both related. So I don't know if that is something that you would agree with, but from my perspective, that's what's happening.
Right. I certainly agree with everything you said. The important thing for the unfolding argument, though, is that we don't want to presuppose causal structuralism, right? So clearly IIT is based on causal structure, right? Which is why absolutely, if the system changes, then you can have different values of phi, even if the function stays the same, right? So IIT is based here not on input-output function, but on how every element in the system functionally actually relates to every other element.
Exactly.
And that is different in the unfolded, completely different in the unfolded and in the original system, right? So the question is, does consciousness depend on that or does it not, right? And all I'm saying is that we don't have an independent way to say that. So the unfolding argument is not a falsification, right? So if you think that input-output behavior, if input-output behavior stays 100% the same, nothing changes in terms of consciousness, you're a functionalist, okay? Only functionalists can say that. So you definitely presupposed something, right? If you're saying,
I think we're really starting to go around in circles, because you say this, then we say the opposite, and then Erik comes and he says, yeah, well, actually, it's also really problematic because you only need a tiny little change. And I mean, yeah. I think I'm actually surprised. I think we did a really good job pinpointing things like different assumptions. And at the end of the day, it seems to come up like the way to resolve the disagreement will be that someone has to explain why this kind of assumptions is better than the other kind of assumptions, or someone will have to solve Johannes and Erik's problem. I mean, my intuition is that my assumptions are better and yours is that yours are better, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to convince you now off the top of my head in 2 minutes.
Yeah,
but
I just agree with the fact that there are assumptions apart from being, apart from the fact that there's a physical substrate. There is no assumption in what I'm saying, right? So that's what's not really getting across, I think. Then what is on me is to show that if we don't make any of these assumptions, we still can test the theory, right? So that's something to be fleshed out and cannot be covered here. But I'm actually not making assumptions, and that's the difference here, right?
This is not clear to me.
But I think the logical structure is this. So there are tries for falsifications of IIT, and they're being done. And now, in order to derive that already implies something problematic, as I said in my presentation, in order to derive that there now is also a system, if that would have been tested, then it would have been problematic. In order to do this derivation, you need assumptions. So if Larissa just doesn't share these assumptions, you can't do the derivation. That's the point. So it's not more or less, the assumption don't make you right or wrong or something. It's just that assumptions are necessary to do derivation, and it's possible to just say I don't share these, hence the derivation doesn't work.
Yeah, and the assumption you need for the unfolding argument is functional, right? So you slipped it in to start with, and that's not okay because you're basically arguing for functionalism with the unfolding argument when you're actually presupposing it from the start.
I see what you mean, but it's going to take a bit more arguing for me to be convinced or even understand why you say that you don't make an assumption when you say that if I change a tiny bit of my brain, you just don't believe anything I say about consciousness. I mean, this really sounds like an assumption.
No, I'm just saying I don't know, right? That's what, so it means I'm not saying one way or another. I just don't know, okay? So no assumption.
Can I make a proposal? So shall we just, so there's 4 raised hands. Shall we just go through them and then, come back to our circles?
Yeah.
Just to give these people a chance to ask something as well. And
makes sense.
Yes, let's move to the next question from Will.
Yeah, hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Well, first, I just want to thank everyone for organizing this and thank all the speakers. This has been really, really interesting and I think a very good discussion. So on this topic of functionalism, I actually wanted to ask of Jake and Adrien. Yeah, so there's this distinction in the argument, which I think is critical to the argument, which is between input-output function and causal structure, right? But one thing I wanted to ask about is what is the input-output function and how is that defined? Because it requires delineating an internal part of the system and an external part, right? So there's the system and there's the outside. And that's what gives this term input-output meaning. So I'm curious how you formalize that and what justifies that delineation.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how universal this answer is, but when I think of this whole process, I resolve every single step of it. So I start with a set of physical stimuli, And then I imagine it going through a sensory apparatus, and these are all mathematical functions. So you map from physical inputs onto basically mental inputs. So these are going to be machine inputs to a finite state automaton. So I basically think exclusively in terms of finite state automata. And there's a function, which is your senses, that map from the physical world onto inputs in your machine space. And so that's kind of the key transition there between the boundary between input-output behavior, which is physical, and your internal states, which is this abstract mathematical structure. So I assume that your senses do that conversion.
But how do you define your system in the first place, right?
Yeah, you're still presupposing this boundary between the senses and the outside, I think.
Yeah, I guess I think of the mind as a deterministic finite state automata, which is going to have an input alphabet. Those input alphabets are abstract. So you have your physical environment that needs to get converted into machine inputs. And so I draw the boundary between these physical stimuli and your machine inputs as a function, just a mathematical map between those two things. And that map, I think, is basically carried out by your senses, which take the wavelength of light and convert it into some sort of machine input by some sort of coarse graining process.
I would be more down to earth about this. I would say for the purpose of the unfolding argument, you can just say it's everything that doesn't belong to the causal structure proposed to do the conscious thing. And even more pragmatically, it's the eyes of the robot I showed you and the retina of a human and the tympani of a human. I mean, I don't think, my point I think is that I don't think it's going to change the argument a whole lot if you say V1 is the input, or if you say the retina is the input, for example. I don't think we need to worry about it too much, even though in general, I think it's a very interesting question to understand, you know, what bounds a system. I'm not sure here is the
Will, did you have something in mind when you ask this question? So I'm supposed like some critical perspective or something? There's probably a reason behind this question.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting thing you just said about V1. I think because in my reading of the paper, it seemed critical that you're sort of not allowed to look inside the brain, that the argument to some extent hinges on that. And so my question is really about like, well, what does a function mean? And I guess, you know, there is a motivation behind the question. I think IIT is in a better position here because it doesn't face this problem of having to define what a function means, which I think it's difficult to do, and it can be arbitrary in many ways. So from the causal structure perspective, you just have the physical substrate. That's what it is, and there's no arbitrariness there.
Yeah, so yeah. I guess you say, for the sake of the argument, let's like we're trying to know if IIT or any other causal structure theory works. So you say, let's look at the main complex that IIT suggests, and let's unfold that. And so IIT is not in a better or worse position. You know, we're just talking about the same system. For the sake of argument, we accept the definition of a system that the theory proposes.
But it would be very natural to say, if the system changed, I'm not going to, you know, do the same I did before. So that's the point I tried to make in this first reply.
Can you say again? I missed what you said. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think it would be a very natural thing to say that, so I'm experimenting now, I suddenly see a change in the system, and then, you know, to just stop or not do what I did before. That I think this comes back to this question of assumption. So this is the, I think that what Will said is exactly correct, and tried to make this point. So if you just stick to the logical structure, right? We're not yet asking whether we can mend it somehow. But I think, you know, like if you're, so at least that's how I first thought about this, you know. So I'm an experimenter, you know, and now if I can, so I'm measuring the internal state for sure, fMRI or whatever. And that, because that's what I actually need to do in order to make a prediction. And now if something changes and I don't see it, well, that's a problem, you know.
What do you mean you don't see it?
So I don't see any change in the data about the internal workings of the system. fMRI stays the same, you know, report stays the same. And if then the prediction changes, well, then that's a problem. But
the prediction of your theory.
So no, it changes so maybe in other words, what changes is the state of consciousness according to the theory, right? If both the fMRI scan and the report would be the same, and the theory changes around and what it says is conscious or not, well, that's a problem. But then, like, what I wanted to say is, but then if I would see a change in the fMRI, you know, I'd see, oh, someone put an implant there, you know. So my first reaction, and you know, my reaction after thinking about it quite some time would be, well, you know, that just means I have to stop doing what I just do, and at the very least, think again, right? So I felt that there is an independent assumption necessary to justify why I would then still going on, because I'm seeing that you've changed the system I actually measure. So
yeah, so that's the circle-y thing, exactly the same thing again. That,
yeah, exactly. But in other words,
we need to agree with each other.
Yeah, but I think it matters, because I think that's, I'm not sure, isn't that the point you wanted to make, Will? So what I'm saying is, it is very natural to assume that if you can look into the brain, you can't do an unfolding, right?
Well, I think it also, one thing that I really like that we clarified is that when I first read the unfolding argument, the like this criticism, okay, I give you an arbitrary system, the report, it says it's conscious and therefore I have to trust it. So that's not actually what, oh, now I understand, you're not saying that, right?
Yeah.
So instead, I think we really nicely narrowed it down to how the grounding to consciousness works, right? So we both think that you have to ground the report in the experience, right? So where we differ is how you best ground it, right? And you're saying, well, if it's functionally equivalent, I really should suppose that it's grounded.
Otherwise, I'm stuck.
Otherwise, I'm stuck. And I'm saying, you can make a less strong assumption at the expense of restricting your test cases.
Mm-hmm.
And that less strong assumption is that you only require that they're physically similar, not functionally similar, right?
Yeah.
So I think what remains is, for me, if I want to argue my point, I have to show that it doesn't restrict the test cases so much that I cannot actually say anything, right? And for you, you have to make a case for why functionalism is an okay assumption, right? And
by the way, we shouldn't call it a functionalism, because this is not functionalism. This is input-output functionalism. Okay,
input-output. Why input-output behavior is can be trusted.
Yeah. In the process of arguing this, I will add that you don't need to define consciousness as the input-output behavior. You just use the input-output behavior to get behind, you know, to get access to the process that creates consciousness. But so we're turning in circles again, but I agree with what you were saying.
It's okay to circle a bit, because eventually, you know, new ideas pop up. But Adrien, the important point is, if you do that, you know, like if you start with input-output and try to guess your model of consciousness, like it's not that you can guess inside the brain. As soon as you do that, as soon as you make a guess that somehow takes internal workings of the brain into account, you fall prey to exactly the problem we're discussing. So this, you know, if you start with input-output, that basically means that you're restricted to that, you know. So if you start with input-output data only, you can guess your way up to a theory of consciousness, but it cannot depend on anything else except input-output. For otherwise, you can do substitutions and you produce the problem again. So this is, yeah.
I think Andrew wants to say something.
Yeah, this is probably like the last thing I have to say, but I think everyone else is saying everything I need to say anyway. But Adrien, you mentioned about the same kind of thing that Erik was going on about making small changes to a system, and then maybe under some criterion it suddenly becomes an invalid source of information. I think, like, very strictly, I think that is true. But like I said, like I keep saying, it's a fuzzy boundary, and you can advance out of this normal human experience, but you have to do it carefully, and you have to do it in, I think, the right ways. The question is, like, what's the right way? So like this example of, well, I'm gonna, you know, change some part of your brain, some part of your visual system to do something. I think if you're gonna do it in such a way that perfectly preserves any conceivable input and output, then that's not a good experiment for testing anything, kind of by definition. But instead, what you should be able to do if you had these means would be, let's replace some part of the brain in a way that this theory predicts would produce a very specific form of blind sight, where the person says they're not having a certain experience, and yet they're still able to report on it, right? So if you had this kind of technology, now you can produce these kinds of situations, which are, I think, which are testable. They're phenomenally like meaningful to us. You know, we understand what that's like. We kind of, I think we all kind of have some idea of what an agnosia or a blind side is like, even if we haven't experienced it ourselves. Those situations kind of make sense to us. And so if you could artificially produce those, then theories should make different kinds of predictions about the consequences of these things. And that's what you should do if you had access to this kind of technology. But if you wanted to use it to produce these kind of trick situations where anything that's measurable is invariant, then you don't get anything from that. You don't falsify anything, you don't test anything, you don't learn anything from it. It's just an exercise in it's magic now. You're talking about computer science, and you know, it's a theory of function and so on. But that's not what IIT is, for example. Right?
Isn't it arbitrary to say that you're going to trust the reports of the subjects in which you try to see if they get blindsided, but not trust the reports of the subjects in which you try to see if the reports are conserved?
Well, you're trying to build the thing so that you, under a certain theory, you should get certain kinds of reports that describe certain kinds of phenomena. Right?
But that's true for both.
Well, if you're building the thing so that it's going to tell you exactly the same thing as it told you before you made the change, then there's nothing to learn.
For example, I see red, for example, and then you trust it. It's weird to change the brain in one case and then not trust the people, and then change it in another case and trust them.
Well, yeah, once you're making these changes, now everything becomes doable, right? Once you're making these changes, now you can always say that, I don't know, people can always argue in this domain, right? But you should be able to do it well enough that you can convince, you know, a good portion of the readership, right?
I don't get why this point. I thought or at least a few of us agreed that, you know, like both choices are arbitrary. We have to make a choice because we're in the initial phase, but eventually we'll just have to be able to calculate it. You know, you have to be able to calculate whether the theory actually tells you to actually believe that report in that case or not. And the tricky bit will be to that this is in such a way that it doesn't become unfalsifiable, what Erik and I call unfalsifiable. But let's ignore that for now. We need a calculation. You know, it's like, I think both choices, to believe or not to believe, are just, you know, out of thin air.
Yeah, but that in the current situation, if we're talking about
that's fine.
IIT, then that's the situation. Right?
But if you accept that argument, you have to agree that we're actually not talking about a problem of the theory. We're talking about a fundamental problem of all experiments most experiments we're currently performing. You know, we're using assumptions which we actually just do, just take out of our past, out of what we think is maybe the correct philosophical or ontological way to think about consciousness, and these assumptions then, you know, lead to these pathological cases, and these assumptions are not in principle, you know, hanging in the blue air. A theory can tell you something. If I ask GNW what I can report, it will say, well, you can report a subset of what is in the global workspace. If I ask IIT, what can I report? It will probably give you an answer and say, look, this part of your brain is conscious. Here's the information pathway. We understand how that influences broadcast area. So that's what you're going to report. And eventually, you know, so all I'm saying is, like, all of the debate is not about whether theory is right or wrong. It's about where the issues are in the current testing paradigms.
There's something I don't get here.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Because
yeah.
Didn't we just spend 3 hours explaining that, like, arguing about whether it's bad or not that IIT's prediction about consciousness is not linked to reports?
So I tried to give the input in my presentation that this is not about this is not a consequence of a theory. This is not about one single theory being wrong or right. This is about the testing paradigm that underlies all of these kind of tests, you know, basically.
Yeah, but
that was my point from the very beginning. And there's
I
two
thought
reasons. to see
Yeah,
that.
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to say there's two reasons which actually point toward that conclusion. First of all, but we can discuss about the question you had concerning the formalism in just a minute. But first of all, you can actually see in the formalism that it does not apply only to IT. It applies to a huge number of theories. And that's a conclusion that it's not actually the theory, which is an indication that it's not actually the theory, which is problematic, but it's something fundamental we assume. And Erik and I would say, well, independence. And the second conclusion is really you can actually, you can actually just show it. You can show, I make a very generic, very weak assumption on theories, minimally informative. That doesn't help me at all. And now I make this very strong assumption about independence. And that's just a name we gave. There might be better names and better descriptions, but that is what implies the result. That is what. So what's the question? You had.
Well, I noticed that I talk a lot, so I would just
don't worry about it.
Want to flag this, and if someone wants to talk about something else,
I think we can move towards the general. Just unmute yourself and bring input phase. Is that okay for Joanna? You're the session head.
You mean unmute everyone?
No, I just meant that if people have something to add, just jump in. Is that okay, or would you rather finish?
Yeah. I mean, we should probably finish with these two last questions that are.
Okay. Yeah. So then let's just have Adrien just tell me what you think, and then we can go. Want to know?
Yeah. So one big question I have about you and Erik's paper is what is this space E? Because what we typically do when we want to, do science, is that we make predictions about we never have access empirically to the space E, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm not sure. I think there's something I don't get in the formalism, in that the space E seems to me completely ad hoc. Because if you remove it, you still, as a scientist, perform all the same, checks and balances.
Yeah. So there's two answers. The first is mathematical. The second is epistemological. So the mathematical answer is E is just the space of states of consciousness or experience. So for example, in IIT, E is identical to the space of maximally irreducible conceptual structures. So that's just a mathematical answer. And in the case of global neural workspace theory, if I understood it correctly, E would comprise the various possible contents of the workspace, if that's what the system is conscious of. So that's just a fact that we need this. If we remove this, or maybe to be more explicit, let's say in a physicalist identity theory, it would be a subset of the physical states, But various different theories would choose various different subsets. So for example, one theory, I don't think that's any reasonable theory, but would say, okay, all the various C fiber firings, all these states, they're E, because they're what the system perceives as conscious, right? Whereas another theory would say something else, So that's what it is.
So they can be something purely physical.
Absolutely, and that's the second point. So the most fundamental epistemic or epistemological problem of consciousness is what people call epistemic asymmetry. So I would just call it epistemic distinction. So the fact that there's two ways of accessing whatever we want to explain. One is just the external, scientific objective way, and one is the internal introspective way. And, a priori, these things can just target the very same thing. For example, the very same physics, right? But the point is, a theory of consciousness is only meaningful insofar as it brings these two things into correspondence. Insofar as it says, okay, look, what this person is introspecting on corresponds to this physical state, for example. And so this distinction between physical and epistemological is just the explanandum of any theory of consciousness. If you remove the introspective part, you can't do a science. And let me just add one more thing, and then so the point is, even illusionism, right? Illusionism is a philosophical position which says we don't have to take introspection seriously at all. That's fully okay insofar as it is a philosophical position. But eventually, even illusionism has the goal of explaining why you wrongly thought, why you wrongly found when you try to introspect that there's, I don't know, a quail. So what I'm saying is this is the ultimate goal of any scientific theory, to explain these two epistemically distinct things. And this makes consciousness a special problem as compared to all others. where you don't have this.
Can you explain what would E be under illusionism, just to,
Yeah,
clarify?
E would be like roughly what you report, for example. Yeah, and they want to give an account, by Lenore, they want to give an account of why you erroneously report whatever you report. I mean, that's not important for philosophy, but it's important if that's supposed to be a scientific theory. If illusionism is a scientific theory, you have to understand why people said something wrong or thought, like when introspection, that they found something and that was wrong.
So can I try and rephrase, and then we'll move on, just to make sure I understand what this E-space is. The E-space is whatever, it depends on the theory first.
Absolutely.
And second, it is whatever, like each element of E-space is whatever the theory says corresponds in some general way to a certain percent.
Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't. Okay. I'm not sure about the word percept, but I think we mean the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Conscious experience or whatever. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Or to be more precise, maybe, but I have to think about this. Every element thereof is a phenomenal concept. So a concept someone formed when introspecting. And in some cases, people, like for example in IT, you would probably say that concept actually refers to a conscious experience, whereas illusionism would say that concept is just, like doesn't refer to anything, but we still have to explain why people formed it.
So how is E not just phenomenology, Johannes?
That's basically, I don't know, I thought that's what I was saying.
But then I don't understand why it would be, so the way you said it now, it sounded like it's the physical implementation.
No, sorry. It's just like, it is what you find when you introspect. So it's phenomenology. And I'm just saying that every theory has to address it, but depending on the type of theory, it might say, well, phenomenology. So, I mean, a physicalist theory basically says when you introspect and you find, your experience of red, you're actually, that whatever the concept you form refers to a neuronal state. And I'm just saying, like, so the theory, the mathematics of a purely physicalist theory, identity theory, E would be actually composed of physical states. But in a theory which is dualist, it would be something completely different. Does this make sense, Larissa? Or go ahead.
I actually think it's clearer if I don't because you are, the point is that you get to the E via the inference and
exactly.
You get to the E via the model, right?
Yeah.
So it actually cannot be the physical thing that the theory associates with the phenomenology, right? It's only the phenomenology.
I would fully agree. It's only the phenomenology, but there are theories which say the phenomenology is physical.
Right, but that's not really part of E.
But in a sense, so yeah, there would be a way. I'll think about how to write that down nicer. So there's the space of phenomenal concepts, and then the theory somehow gives a model of that. It gives a space which it then identifies with that. Okay, that's very good. Good point.
And I mean, the illusionism is interesting because the difference would be that for any theory that accepts phenomenology as real and existent, E would be something real, and for the illusionist, it just wouldn't be something real. But it's still something you can describe.
Yeah, it's still something you'd have to explain if you want to do a scientific and not a metaphysical theory.
So when you say you're an illusionist, you should explain still what the concept of red corresponds to. That's the red item in E.
If you're an illusionist and you're a scientist, if you're an illusionist and you're a philosopher, you don't have to.
Yeah. All right.
You should, or to be better, like you should explain why someone erroneously forms a concept that doesn't refer, and would describe this as red or something. Yeah.
Okay, if we can move on from illusionism now. So let's finally hear from Natesh. If he's still there.
I'm sorry. I mean, luckily, I had a couple of questions. One of them was about illusionism that kind of got answered, but I might have to come back to that later. But I guess as a way to, a couple of questions is that one of them, it seems like from Erik's slides, unfortunately Erik left, but it seems from Erik's slides, it seems like and maybe Johannes, because you guys wrote the paper together, you guys can answer this. It seems like you guys aren't completely sure about all functionalism yet, right? There seemed to be there was a question mark around all functionalism on whether it was on the unfalsified or unfalsified. Yeah?
Your audio connection is a bit breaky. So which kind of functionalism are you saying?
I think he had a question mark on all functionalism.
All. What is the word? All.
So all kinds of functionalism.
Ah, okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I think he had a question mark saying
that that's true.
That was still like an open question. So there is a possibility, and there's a possibility that there might be some functional theories that might exist in the lenient dependency category, and not be susceptible. Is that an ongoing thing? And I guess I can just finish with the questions, and I guess I'll let you guys. And so it seems to me that one of the fundamental things that everyone keeps kind of coming around to is kind of like putting what is primary, what is basic, and that comes down to whether it's structure or whether it's input-output function. And I guess I'm wondering, and Johannes, you can also kind of like chime in here, if let's say in the future we come up with like some kind of theoretical framework that both predicts a conscious system's input-output behavior and the structure that would realize that input-output behavior. For example, it would say humans can do it in recurrent input-output, recurrent structures only. But then it says, but there could be feed-forward networks that could also do it under other conditions. Would that be like a compromise? Would that be a way out? Because I mean, it is true that the only conscious systems we know of are humans, and I guess like that seems to be like the kind of like the point that we agree upon. Like we all agree upon that, but then we like argue which is more primary. But it seems like if there's a framework that puts forward says, okay, I'm not going to assume input-output primacy or structure primacy, but I'll come up with a framework which says humans, the way they have evolved, the way they are, can only be conscious in recurrent networks. But say we could have a superconducting, low-temperature, feed-forward neuromorphic system. I'm sorry, that was a mouthful. But you could have these other systems that did not naturally, we evolved in these very particular environmental conditions. But there could be other environmental conditions like super low-temperature systems where you have these systems that are completely feed-forward but show input-output behavior that we would expect. And you have a framework that says humans can only be recurrently conscious, but those systems could be conscious in a feed-forward manner. Would that be kind of like a way out of all of these problems?
So, if okay, I just answer the first question because that's really quick, and I'll leave the second for Adrien and Larissa and maybe Niccolò or who else. I just want to say concerning functionalism. So I think currently there's just a difference in opinion where I would say that functionalism is minimally informative and also a prime example of independence and hence fully subject to what we say. I think Erik is has more an opposite opinion or not this opinion, and we just haven't done any calculations so far. And as I said, I mean, if we do it, once we do it, unfortunately, we're all very loaded, as you are probably you'll be the first to know. So there's currently just a difference in opinion. And we only address this input-output functionalism somewhere in the paper, which doesn't even deserve to be called functionalism. Larissa, what's your answer on the second question? Or anyone else? Yeah.
Could somebody just rephrase in a few words the second question, because the sound was very bad for me and I didn't get.
Okay, so yeah, let me go back and rephrase it as small as I can. So the difference between Larissa's position and Adrien's position seems to be which is like the assumption of sorts. Like Adrien claims that causal structure theories kind of assume the importance of causal structures, yet functionalism kind of assumes the importance of input-output behavior. And I guess I'm asking if there is a framework, if it is possible to come up with a framework that predicts both, that say a conscious system S will show the following input-output behavior, but will only show it in this particular structure, say recurrent structure, but not feed-forward structure, then would that be the way out? In the sense that it doesn't only say only recurrent networks can do it. It says recurrent networks in this kind of scenarios will be conscious, but you could have feed-forward systems in other scenarios which could also be conscious, but doesn't say all feed-forward systems are conscious either. So I'm asking if that is like a suitable compromise between both positions.
Do you want to say, Larissa?
I think it does come down to what Johannes' paper says, right? So you should, or what Johannes has been arguing for, that you take the theory and you take whether the theory agrees with the report or not, or what the theory would predict the report to be, right? So the crucial thing we need to do is we have to come up with good experiments where, to distinguish theories, right? We have to come up with experiments where not only do the two theories imply different phenomenology, but also the two theories need to agree that if there is this report, then that, and if there's the other report, then that, right? So we need a case where IIT says, for example, if you do this change, you change the phenomenology and you change the report, right? And Global Workspace says, well, if the report changes, we're actually, so that's it's hard to do. Well, this wasn't great, but
yeah.
So you have to bring in what the theory says about the report also, which is Johannes's point, right? And I think that is true. And speaking now from IIT perspective, IIT is completely fine with natural information, like with explaining the behavior based on the information processing of the brain, right? So you can have a report of your experience if somehow the information from the main complex gets sent to your output, right? But if it doesn't, then you don't. So you don't actually need anything extra to account for a report from a perspective of IIT. Like either the concept can be output via some information that gets sent, or it cannot. And you find that if you analyze the system, right?
I'll be a bit quick because I have to leave fairly soon and I'm getting a bit exhausted. But basically, if that were possible, then great.
Just a warning, Adrien, you know, from the, I don't know if you had this experience, but the parties are always best if you stay longest. So just saying, just kidding.
No, I'm happy to stay a little while.
No, don't worry about it. It was just a joke. Yeah.
I'm a bit exhausted.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, let's give Francesco a chance to ask a question.
Thanks. In fact, I have a question for Adrien. So if you, I'll try to be very, very quick. So I believe that the most disagreement here is a disagreement about assumptions on what is relevant about consciousness, and more specifically a science of consciousness. But I also believe that there are good assumptions and bad assumptions. So I'll try to be extremely pragmatic. And you said before something like, if there is a robot or whatever that does exactly everything that you do, then you'll take this thing as conscious as you are. Well, let's take a real life example. Like, let's take two patients that have spent over 20 years in a hospital bed and they did absolutely nothing. So I guess we can say that they do exactly the same functions, just that we will later find out that one of them was all the time conscious, a classic lock-in syndrome, and another one was in a unresponsive wakefulness syndrome. So then your point, if I am correct, you would say, well, none of them is conscious, or both of them are conscious, maybe, because they're doing exactly the same thing. While Larissa, or maybe IIT position would be, we don't know which one is conscious, if any. We need something else besides the function that they do to see that. So if I am correct so far, I believe that this is like cases like this are good enough to show that when we talk about consciousness, because as for almost everyone so far argued, consciousness is very different from most, if not all, phenomenon, then you need something different. And I believe that there are some assumptions that are better than others.
Okay.
So my question is, do you think, do you agree with what I've said?
Yeah, I think it's a nice question. But my response would be, well, if you were able to notice that one was conscious than the other, then they don't have the same input-output function. Or it means you used like a no-report paradigm, or there's this famous paper where they said, imagine tennis, and yeah, well, if one of them recovers, then they don't have the same input-output function under all possible input-outputs.
But it changed.
Well, but
right.
Yeah. If a person recovers and said, look, guys, I was, and actually this happened, and said, I was conscious for the last 20 years.
Yeah, well, okay. But then you, so I see what I know what you mean, but then you're trusting the report of that person. In that case, you're trusting the report of that person ages after they were in that brain state, and the brain state is very different from what you're allowed to consider based on your assumptions of similarity. And so it's you can't choose to trust this report and not other reports, would be my point. Alternatively, let me just finish. Alternatively, you could base this on these kinds of cool experiments where you record brain activity and you say, imagine playing tennis for saying yes, or I don't remember what was the other one. Imagine walking in your flat, you say no. But here, again, the reason we know this is, the reason we know this correlates to some consciousness is that at some point we needed to measure that this correlates to reports, basically. So in all these cases, you're going to have to trust reports. Otherwise, you have, at the end of the day, you have to trust reports. Otherwise, you have no reason to believe that one was conscious and not the other. That would be my reply.
Yeah. Okay. So pragmatically, you pull the plugs.
No, I'm saying if you notice a difference, then there has been a third-person difference. Otherwise, from your own first-person perspective, you cannot know if that person is conscious or not. You need to have some
unless you
evidence
are one of those two persons.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. I think that's good enough for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe here with the playing tennis, that's a nice case to show what Will meant with the borders, right? Because if I do a brain recording and I ask a question, imagine playing tennis, and then if I just so whenever I ask that question, something happens in my auditory cortex, right? So I do have a response to that question that's particular to that question. Even if I'm completely unconscious, possibly, right? So yeah. It very much depends what you count as an equivalent response or not, and that has to be.
Can you say that again? As a what?
What you count as an equivalent response that's trustworthy enough, right? Which I guess comes down to this whole. So it's also an inference still that is not perfect, even based on your assumptions, right? Because of this border thing, but that's always the case, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I think the crazy part about IIT is that depending on the language you ask that question, you get different answers for whether the system's conscious. So I think fixing the semantics and then changing the syntax shouldn't change the conscious experience.
So you mean English or French, for example?
Yeah.
So if you ask if I take your brain, if I ask you in English or if I ask you in let's say German, because I actually don't speak French, right? You do have different experiences. In the one case, you're experiencing English, and in the other case, you're experiencing German, right? And that's basically all it is.
Right,
I mean,
but
it's not functionally, it's not even functionally equivalent. Because in the one, I can say the function is to understand English, and in the other, the function is to understand German, right?
But you could remap everything in a way that this is a German speaker, gets German input, German output, versus an English speaker, English input, English output. The semantics of everything could be the same. It's just the language being asked, and the phi values will be different because of that.
Well, not if you have a system that both, I mean, I don't.
Can I help?
There's very special cases where what you're saying applies, but I think making it general to like language and humans makes it a bit harder actually to see.
To be fair, I think so. This is this really goes in detail towards your proposal. Oops, sorry, I just lost. No, I'm back. So I think that, you know, like even in this case you presented, where we have, you know, this circle of functional states, and then we have two different ways of actually, you know, like sort of. So I think so. Choosing bits, you know, and then somehow trying to say something about how these bits influence. So I think what you were getting at, but please correct me, is really just the fact that if you have one computation, there's various different ways you can implement this. And all I wanted to emphasize is that each and every theory of metaphysical theory of consciousness, other than machine state functionalism, does not is not compatible with this proposal or with this assumption. So what I'm saying is, like, I think it's a completely reasonable, fine thing to do, but you just have to be aware that you're really choosing a very specific path among a large number.
I think that's fair. And my response to that is that I don't necessarily advocate for input-output functionalism. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow someone were to prove that input-output functionalism is falsified in the same way that causal structure theories are falsified. I think the difference for me choosing between these sets of assumptions is that according to the formalism we have right now for falsification, causal structure theories are already falsified. So that's all I'll say about that. I don't think that necessarily forces me to be a machine state functionalist or an input-output functionalist. So.
Yeah, and for like this case you just discussed, so like according to all other metaphysical theories, there would or at least could be a difference in experience. Just like, but you're right, in case of machine state functionalism, probably not. And I'm just saying probably because I don't know enough.
With the pre-falsification, right? So I mean, also of course, Erik distinguished between being pre-falsified and falsified and all that, but so being pre-falsified, according to your paper, then means that this is always the case if I can make, if I can substitute the system and I get the same report, right? That's the, or if I can measure anything,
so
if I still make the same inference. What?
Yeah, so I'm not even sure. Like, I don't don't remember whether we actually had that very word. We probably used it, but so for me the distinction wasn't so central. So for me, so I think what Erik wanted to just say is, you know, distinguish actual falsification in the lab from one you derived using some assumption. And I think that's the notion of pre-falsification. They're still in a sense same, but one is theoretical, the other one is more actually. Yeah.
Right. So I'm wondering but this pre-falsification is still based on the assumption of the unfolding argument, no?
Yeah,
or the
absolutely. So so I would say that's the main point. So in order to get the claim, you have to make an assumption, and, you know, like we nailed one down, which doesn't mean there are others, but at least we know one, and that's this assumption of independence. And I think it's very intuitive, right? So you want to be able to move, like to find a variation within your class of systems you allow, such that like you keep the reports constant and change the prediction. And that's and all we're saying is that's an actual assumption. It's not necessarily true. It's not always true, and it's not even a property or a property of a theory.
So let me ask then. So if with my objection to the unfolding argument that basically one is grounded and the other is not, so I cannot say anything.
Yeah,
so it wouldn't be pre-falsified under that.
No, you would. So in my words, or in my way of, in my eyes, you would just like reject the assumption of independence,
and then
therefore nothing follows.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you would reject this assumption.
Because I think that it somehow seemed that no matter what you do, it's
Yeah.
pre-falsified.
Yeah.
But I think it's
Yeah.
important to say that
Yeah.
that it's still based on the assumption.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is only if you make this assumption, and then of course, like if you have to make. I mean, you have to say something to be able to test some systems, and so I don't even know like how to best put that logically, but the point is like there's sort of a spectrum of things you can assume, and if you reject independence, there's just a bunch of other things left, and a large chunk of that is also problematic. That's the strict dependence bit. But there's room in the middle. But I'd like to emphasize again that, like, even if you just restrict to humans, does not mean you reject independence. Like, yeah.
No, there's still problems with reporting humans, which is what.
Yeah. I would say that like you have to assume something, and if you reject independence, like it's fine in order to say the problem doesn't apply, but of course eventually there need to be other proposal, and the whole thing I said about this calculation of what the report is, that's just something other than independence. That's lenient dependency or something.
Okay, maybe I can still, because Erik kind of talked about restricting to humans, just say that we're not proposing to strictly.
No, that
humans, right?
that wasn't
so the farther you go away, the weaker inference you can make, right?
Yeah.
But I think to move things forward from your side, it will be, well, I would find it convincing if you could come up with a sort of predefined decision about what would count or not, because otherwise there is always the concern of cherry picking.
So I'm not. So I think that the huge. So sorry, this is again, I'm repeating it, but I think it's good to sometimes go in circles, because there will be new sort of insights on both sides. But for me, the essential point is that I don't think that you can save this in the sense of giving a report paradigm, which just is a lot better, but still holds true for all theories. I think that the sort of the categorical change, the step we have to take is to understand that whether you believe a report or not, and probably many other things, none of us is currently, or at least I'm not currently conceiving, depend on the theory. So I think that is what this is the issue we're debating in my eyes. Like, we have to go away from having one report paradigm that we're just trying to apply everywhere, and go towards a theory specific report, Like,
so what would you say about sleep and wake then, Johannes? Don't you think that we can at least be sure, like reasonably sure in a theory independent way, that dreamless sleep corresponds to unconsciousness, and
you mean like operationally?
and wakefulness corresponds to consciousness, so at least any contrast we do here is not like we can trust that.
So I'm fully, it sounds good to me, but but this is what I'm what I also try to say. So the argument is not there are no falsifications. There are falsifications. And they're like, for example, this sounds very good to me, but I'm not an expert on this. But the point is, like, do I now have additional assumptions which I can use to actually derive problems for the theory? And
No, sorry, I shouldn't have stopped.
No, that's fine. So what I'm saying is, like, it's totally fine that so the existence of reasonable falsifications is fully compatible and doesn't contradict anything we're trying to say in that paper. So it's just that, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But so what one thing I don't understand is, you say the reports should depend on the theory, right?
That's one direction you could go, yeah.
But so isn't it a concern that in the end the reports may depend on the theory, but they're still reports? I mean,
So this is what
you're gonna do an experiment and see what happens, and maybe the report depends on the theory, but at the end of the day, it's just a report. But it's a subset of reports.
Here's the very naive way I think about this, right? So you go to lab, you check. So, but this is just one of a few possibilities of how you could construct something in that gap of linear dependency. But I think of it like this: you go to the lab, you scan the brain, you get the report, right? And now you just take the theory and you check whether in the particular circumstance the subject actually predicts, or the theory actually predicts that the report is veridical. Yeah, if it predicts the report isn't veridical, you can't falsify the theory, right? But if it predicts the report is veridical and still there's mismatch, you have a problem. And now that's a very naive way of thinking about it, because like there's always the issue of falling prey. How do you say this? Falling prey to strict dependency. As soon as it's the case that somehow, I mean, what Erik showed. The short answer is I don't really have a good answer to that. All I know is that there's an open window, and I'm pretty confident that it can be filled. For example, if we understood how and in which cases report would be what Erik always says, he uses the words causally upstream of, which experiences would be causally upstream of report, that would help a lot, So for example, we'd figure out that, I don't know, in certain systems, they're just not,
So in other words, you just need the theory to sort of make a commitment and say these reports, we don't commit really about them, but
a
these
calculation.
Reports, we predict that they should really be veridical.
I mean, a commitment in the sense of a calculation. So for example, in IIT, on the one hand, like I didn't know that for a long time, so I just learned that when talking to a few people. Like the idea is that the conscious experience of the system is actually just a causal part of the system. And if you formulate things in that way, it's very conceivable that you can understand how, the information in that part causally triggers down to Broca area or something, or Wernicke's area. But if you think about the theory just in mathematical terms, that's the way I used to think about it before I learned that. Like, it's not so clear that how you would do that, because there's this very complicated map which says here's the state of the major complex, and then there's this complicated map and gives experience. So it wasn't so clear to me how how the result of this complicated calculation would trigger down to the report. So what I'm saying is, like, there's open questions, and my point is not that there's an easy answer. My point is just that this is the way to resolve the issues, to think about these questions.
Yeah, if we can do it, then that's good.
Yeah, I agree. It might not be easy. Yeah. Cool. So there's, I think, so Joanna also had to leave, I think. Did she leave? Yeah. So, oh no, you're still here? Yeah, Joanna's still here. Shall we go with, I think Martin was first, then Leonardo have the last two questions. Martin, you want to go ahead? And by the way, everyone just jump in. I mean.
Hi, yeah. Actually, I did unraise my hand in between, and then I raised it again. I'm still first.
I didn't unraise it.
Yeah. I was actually unsure whether my question made sense, but then it seemed again that it does. So I think maybe Larissa kind of agrees, or like, does everybody agree that IIT is pre-falsified in this sense that Erik mentioned?
Except functionalism, input-output function.
And I would say that the question isn't well defined. Are you assuming independence or not?
So why do I have to assume independence again? I mean, like,
yeah, because otherwise, like, independence just tells you whenever you got a system, right, you can actually vary. Like, it tells you there is a system, or I mean, how to say this? It tells you that when you've got a system, you can find a variation where you change the prediction data, so what the theory predicts, but not the report.
We don't have to
report.
You can show that for IIT.
So I would say that, like when Larissa says, I just don't accept reports from the systems you propose, she's rejecting independence. She's saying my class of system does not satisfy this property.
Okay, but so then let me say something. So what I wrote somewhere in things. So the question is, as a general and mathematical and substrate independent definition of consciousness, IIT is pre-falsified.
No, but I think that's substrate independence is something else than the independence that Johannes is talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I agree. By substrate independent, I actually mean that I don't let you restrict your subjects to humans or whatever, because I'm not interested in that. So I like your theory because it doesn't. And yeah, so that's the thing. Like, but it seemed to me a little bit that this was kind of the point you were conceding, that you have to save the theory, you have to kind of restrict the subjects.
Well, you have to restrict the test cases, but you don't have to restrict the extrapolations, right? Which are
that's
not
cheating. That's cheating. You cannot say I don't trust the data I get in a how do you say system close to the ones I accept the reports from. It as humans with a little change in the brain, but I try to convince you that photodiodes are conscious. I mean,
no, obviously I can do that. There's no problem whatsoever with that because it's not a testable prediction, right? So see here, if I have verified, you can't verify. If I have tested my theory sufficiently that I trust it, then I can go and I can say what the theory says about artificial systems. And IoT would be fine with something that's not biological if it has the right causal structure, right? That's what the theory says. All you need is the right causal structure, and you can make the causal structure with neurons or not with neurons, right? So it is still, to some degree, substrate independent.
Yeah, okay. So it sort of rests on whether or not we are ready to accept your extrapolation based only on awake humans, basically, and like sleeping humans. If you can convince someone, that it's worth extrapolating to photodiodes, then okay. But you're going to have a hard time doing that. Sorry, Martin.
So there's the tests I can do with awake humans, and then obviously there's pre-theoretical notions to argue one way or another, which is what Niccolò brought up, that, for example, you can argue without invoking IIT that the lookup table isn't probably conscious, right? So you have reasons to do that too. So you can have other arguments that aren't empirical or scientific that would still let you accept a theory or not. So, but that's, when we're talking strictly empirical, we're talking a very restricted set, granted, of test cases. And as I said, it remains to be seen if, based on these test cases, we can actually constrain the theory enough to trust our extrapolations, right? But I mean, the other point is we just don't have any intuitions about these things. So in some ways, any theory that sort of does well for the moment is better than our intuition about it.
So you kind of can I say something? So you built your confidence kind of on this.
Go ahead.
You guys hear me?
Yeah. Yes, Martin, you first, and then Niccolò second.
Okay. So sometimes my microphone doesn't work. So do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of the idea is you build your confidence on this like small subset, and then we build our confidence, and then if it all works out nicely, then we try to basically extend the substrates or subjects to other things. I mean, like that's roughly.
That's the idea. That's the research plan. Yes. Okay. And that's not just IIT, right? I mean, none of that research plan is based on IIT. Like, that's just how I think about consciousness.
Do you hear me?
Yes, Oleg, we hear you. Let's have Larissa finish, then Niccolò, and then we can take your question if that's fine with you.
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have a question, please.
Can we take Oleg? Can we take Niccolò first, and then come to you, because he has an addendum to what's currently being discussed.
So I have an opportunity to question. Yes, now.
In 1 minute or two.
Yes. Thank you. Excuse me for my bad English, and thank you for reports for for very interesting discussion. And after all your speeches and discussions, I want to ask you, and it's a very for me very interesting question. You today had spoke about semantic, first of all, informational processes in the sphere of consciousness. But as for me, and it's a very interesting for me thing, that I hadn't heard any word about pragmatic aspect of information sphere, and it's thing I see not only in your discussion, in maybe it's a very wide phenomenon in the brain and consciousness science. We speak about semantics, we speak about
syntactic?
Syntactics, yes, of course, thank you. But we don't speak about such thing as pragmatics. When we speak about semantic, we speak about information, but we don't know the causal mechanism of operating information. But exactly in the sphere of when we explore such thing as pragmatics, as subjective value, limbic system, we understand why causality in the sphere of consciousness is different from physical causality. We understand, if we keep in mind the subjective value as an operator of information, we understand why all informational processes in neuronal networks of the brain occur as biologically, first of all, evolutionary,
yeah.
or subjectively, or excuse me, or socially expedient.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah. So can I pass the question to Jake, or does who has an answer?
Oh,
yeah.
my.
Oleg, we can't hear you anymore.
So I'm actually not sure exactly what pragmatic information means, but it sounds like one of his points was that there's a difference between physical causality and consciousness causality, which I think is an interesting point.
Any Larissa, do you have maybe something to add?
Yeah, I mean, we have a causal theory too, right, which kind of comes out of the principles from IIT, and I mean, that allows for consciousness at different levels. So you have your elementary particles, but you can also coarse grain or black box the systems and analyze the causal interactions at that different scale. So in some ways, there is a way to go up from the level of microphysical interacting particles, right? And I think maybe something else that was sort of mentioned in the question was the relation between information and causation, right? And I think the machine state functionalism, it's about the informational relationship, about the whole system state and how the systems state interact with each other, right? So the dynamics of the system as a whole. But information at that level has to be implemented in some ways, right? And so we're looking at how the elements of the system, not the system state, interact, right? And that also, so each element also has information about the elements it's interacting with. So we use information, we just don't apply it to the system states as a whole, but we apply it to the elements and how they're interacting.
So Oleg, does this answer your question?
One more.
Do
you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So my listening worse than my speaking. So shorter and simpler, please.
Okay, so I think that it would be better. So we will probably release this. We'll talk to everyone else later, but we'll probably release the recording. So I think it would be easier if you just listen to the recording and then you send us an email. Would that work?
If you please, louder.
Yeah. So I think the best. So there will probably be a recording, and you can see it then in the internet on YouTube.
Yeah, of course.
And then you can email. It's better, like easier to discuss. Yeah.
Yes.
But thanks very much for the question.
Yes.
So
and,
we have.
yes.
Do you like? I think if okay for you, I would try to go with Leonardo next. I think you've raised your hand for quite some time. Yeah. Thanks.
Yes. And I.
Go ahead, Leonardo.
Sorry. Yeah. No, like Martin, I went back and forth with my hands because I was not sure about the question. But I guess that I'm just puzzled how one could base scientific theory of consciousness on input-output functionalism, right? I think that's kind of what's driving my question, because I can look at a wall or a painting, I have no behavior at all, and I know I'm conscious, and when I'm dreaming, I have this very rich world, and there is no function. At the same time, when I have dreamless sleep, I am no conscious, right? I'm not conscious. And so I'm pretty sure these things, they exist, right? You can orthogonalize function from input-output function, at least from experience. And we just don't know if there are physical systems that they could have exactly the same input-output and no experience at all, right? So I think my question to Adrien, but perhaps I'll be curious to see people reacting with a thumbs up if they would agree. My question to Adrien would be, if you have hardware, right, some kind of device that has exactly the same input output that you have, but you have no idea at all about what's the experience of this thing, would you wear this implant regardless of any other information or not? Like, is this sufficient for you to wear a device? It's going to remove a part of your brain, and for instance, gives you a little more ability, right? Like you can do something faster or see a fourth color or whatever. Would you wear this device just purely based on input-output function?
So I have a guarantee that nothing at all changes in my input-output. And I want to stress that when you look at the wall, you don't have any input-output behavior. But if I asked you, you would tell me a lot of stuff about how you perceive the wall. So that's part of what I would need in the input-output, okay? I want to be able to do all the things that I would be able to do without the implant. You know, I don't want it to restrict me.
Sure, I just gave you an example.
And so
where it's clear.
I'm pretty old-fashioned. I'm pretty old-fashioned. I should say. I like to go in the countryside and you know, stuff like that. So since I'm not really a sci-fi person, I wouldn't be biased towards wearing the input. But on the philosophical level, I don't think it would change my consciousness. Yeah, if that's the question.
Okay. Yeah.
And so I wouldn't say I'm 100% sure that I'm correct on everything I'm saying anyway. So just as a principle of precaution, I would maybe it's a nice way to nuance my certainty about what I'm saying. You know, I'm just making an argument and seeing where it takes us. But yeah, my argument would say it's fine to have the the implant.
Okay, thank you.
I think Elon Musk would be very happy to hear that.
Yeah.
I had a lot of other things to say about that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to keep it short because it has
please
been
bring
almost
it in.
4 hours.
I just forgot that Niccolò actually wanted to say something on the previous question. So Niccolò, please go ahead.
I have just a quick remark, then I'm afraid I have to leave because it's almost 3 a.m. here in Melbourne. I have to explore some non-conscious states. So just a remark on what Adrien's saying about the extrapolations. So the generalization from humans to non-humans. It's not exactly cheating. At least I don't think it's cheating in a sense, because one is a question of studying the nature of consciousness, and one is a question of how it is distributed, like in across different systems. So what we can do, at least what I think what IIT is trying to do, is to try to study the nature of consciousness in humans. When in standard case, when we have at least the highest certainty about it, or at least the least uncertainty, let's say. And then when we have a quantification of it, when we have a quantitative description of the phenomenon, we can generalize a sort of something similar to a law of nature, in a sense. So of course it's problematic in a sense.
Can you
how
hear us?
from the nature.
Can you say again? You got frozen for a little while, at least for me.
Yeah, sorry, that's my intent. So we can do that if we take the phenomenological nature and then we quantify the phenomenon and we say this is the phenomenon. Okay, we give you mathematical description of it. There is an equation, as a physicist want, and through this equation you can generalize and pass from the systems where you started your observation, your study, your research, and generalize to other systems, right? So of course, one can say, yeah, but I'm not convinced of how you pass from the phenomenological nature to the physical one. That's the big problem, of course. But in itself, the reasoning is not cheating, I would say.
Yeah. So I think that what both you and Larissa point at is what some people in the humanities sometimes call a hermeneutic cycle, which roughly translated it means usually by doing something you learn more. So and in a little bit more detail, like it might mean that if we do what we want to do now, when we actually came around to doing it, like for example, I don't know, I don't even know, like eliminate some worries about theories or converge on one theory for a particular type of system, one might actually be in a position which one can't even anticipate right now in terms of what to do next. So I think with natural science, we usually think more in terms of a straight line, whereas in fact, science is not necessarily at least like this. Yeah. Is that a fair description of what both of you said, Larissa and Niccolò, or not so much?
I think it's a fair
assessment. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Let me just reply to that, and then I will have to go. So I sort of agree that, in fact, I was wrong in calling it cheating. I just think
it was funny.
I just think that if you're going to propose a theory that you have to restrict where you can test it a lot, and like you're not able to use third-person data outside of human brains, then I'm just never going to be convinced. It's just too far away. You're not showing that phi is identical with conscious systems or whatever. You're talking about information processing in the human brain, as far as I'm concerned. And I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's just that I don't see where you can find the extra evidence to convince me that not only are you making claims about information processing in the brain, but also phi systems with bigger than 0 phi are conscious, so a photodiode is conscious. I mean, I agree it's not cheating. I just don't see where the information needed to convince skeptics will come from.
By the way,
so sorry about the cheating thing.
Yeah.
No, but there, I mean, the answer is kind of what has been given in Andrew's paper, right? About, as a reply that one of the best ways is the structural, and not physically structural, but just structural equivalence between the cause-effect structure and the experience, right? That would be, if we can actually account with the cause-effect structure for all properties of your experience, that's where you get close to the sufficiency argument.
Well, my point is that in order for this to go through, we sort of agreed that you have to restrict the domain of testability a lot, otherwise the unfolding argument is problematic. And
Larissa
seeing that you have to restrict it so much, it's going to be hard to...
But Larissa doesn't talk about experiments. She's talking about like other kind of confidence generating.
Yeah, but I tried to argue in my talk that Andrew's proposal for phenomenology, for example, requires third-person data. So,
but by the way,
we end up with the same circle we have that you're going to have to restrict.
Let me just say this real quick, because just Adrien wants to leave. So I mean, this is a whole other box which I would have been, very interested in discussing. So the relation of first-person data and third-person data, and so I'm trying to think about this quite a bit, and I mean, I don't have any clear answers, but let me try to just ask one question about it. So it's not so clear how. So I mean, first of all, I agree, right? Once I do an introspection, I say that it's physical, it's third person, right? But then it's not so clear what what data actually is. So and how whether anything that's actually a difference in something physical can still be data about something first person. Yeah. So any thoughts on this, or so maybe put it more in a comment or in a provocative questions. I'm not so sure whether it's true that we can never have first person data.
Well, I mean, I think it's the inference, right? So we have first person data about our own experience, but then if I tell you about it, it becomes third person, right? And so
that's what I'm not sure about. I agree
I think Adrien is actually right here, right? You have to ground that third person, like I'm telling you in something, and the simplest way, the most unassuming way to do that is by the physical resemblance.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is like, so philosophers define, I never read up properly, but I read around a bit. Philosophers define data to be a difference in something. It can be a difference in anything, right? But the question is, so does the fact that the difference is that it's a difference in physical stuff, namely sound waves or hard drive states, is this enough to justify that the data is also about something physical and not about something I originally introspected? Like, for example, and yes, I don't even know the answer, but if you give an answer, what exactly are the assumptions that lead to that conclusion? So just to understand, so Larissa, you would also agree that as soon as something is a difference in something physical, then it ceases to be first person data. Would you also agree with that?
Yes, it ceases to be first person data, but you can ground the third person data in first person data. That's what I've been trying to do.
And doing so requires this narrowing of the testing.
Of the what?
Of the cases you accept to test your theory.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
That's what I actually wanted to say with the resemblance of the cause-effect structure, and so that testing that, right? Like again, you do require third-person data, and that somebody, like, you talk to each other about your experiences, right, and how they're formed and what properties they have. But I do that with healthy adult humans, right? So I do that in a case where I can be most confident and all the properties can be assessed in that case. So we would be perfectly fine with any kind of report of the phenomenology of a healthy human, right? And that's all I need to establish the structural equivalence between the phenomenology and the predicted causal structure, right? So that is a case where I don't have to doubt the report. It's based on phenomenology, and I can get strong confidence in IIT if it turns out to be correctly predicting.
Andrew, did you just wave your hand? Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I'll have some last
And then,
words. And
yeah, we'll have Marius also and Francesco, yeah.
So first, yeah, we should have this restriction of the domain of where you do the testing and so on for consciousness science. If you don't have such restrictions, I don't think it's really a science of consciousness anymore. It's a science of something broader or related, but it does need to be centered very clearly on what we know, which is human consciousness. But the other thing that you bring to mind here, and I can throw this out, something that would be another time and place to talk about, is that I think you can make a good argument that the function of language is to, in a way, transfer experiences from one person to another. I tell you about something that I'm experiencing. Now you know what I'm experiencing. That's kind of what language is for. Is it's supposed to be about first-person experiences. That's why it's useful for humans, I think. I think that's the purpose of it. That's why it came about, because it's useful for us to tell one another about what we're experiencing. And so it needs to be accurate in that way. That's where the aboutness comes from. It's deep in the function of language. But yeah, I don't want to talk about that anymore, because I think that's a whole other.
Yeah, but it's the most interesting. But if what you say is correct, then certainly there can be differences in third-person states that are about differences in first-person states. I don't know what the reason is. Maybe it's just the interpretation. But if you'd say that, then certainly that's possible.
That should always be the case,
yeah,
when things are working properly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then they go off the rails and we don't know anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, I have to leave, but I
was a pleasure.
Would just like to say that I was actually quite impressed with how well this went, and I learned a lot about how to think about IIT, and I hope you learned something about how to think of my ideas. So thank you for organizing that. It was a pleasure to meet you all virtually and to chat.
Thank you, Adrien.
Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, Adrien.
It was a pleasure. Yeah. So I'm still okay to hang around a bit more, but everyone please feel free to, just drop out whenever you feel it. Marius, I think your question was next. You've been in the line for quite a while. Are you still muted? So you have to unmute yourself. I can send you an invitation.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. Hello. So I guess it's a question for the more mathematically minded people here. I mean, when I read first this unfolding argument, I was having some doubts about whether it's not the scope of the argument, it's not stretched beyond its validity. Because when I looked at the original papers about the functional approximator, general approximator, what I see is that they apply to some static maps. I mean, if you have a function that you can, you can have a feed-forward neural network that can approximate any static function from, say, an n-dimensional space to an m-dimensional space. But so that's fair. So I suppose it's right to say that in that sense, you can generate a feed-forward and a recurrent network that they will be equivalent in any static map. But I am not sure that they can be really equivalent in a dynamic sense. We know that dynamic systems have, they have dynamics, they have trajectories, they have oscillations, they have all kinds of dynamics, while feed-forward systems don't have any of that. They can generate a map from, you give me the input, it will give you the same output, but in the way, in the transition between here and there, it will do all kinds of things, which will be different.
Yeah, I think you're correct. So the equivalence only holds if you assume discrete time and finite time. Then if you have a recurrent process network and it's a discrete number of time steps and and finite number of time steps, then you can give a feed-forward networks that does it. And even for continuous time, it's not so sure. And for infinite discrete time, it also doesn't work.
Are you sure, Johannes? I thought that at least the approximation is given by that paper, by that Hornig paper, so that any kind of process can be simulated by an arbitrary degree of accuracy by a feed-forward. network.
So I mean, for infinite discrete time, this can only be true if you allow for infinite resources, like in the Turing machine. And I mean, okay, maybe in this case, but even, I mean, I don't know, you know, like then it's a question of how limits converge and stuff, but maybe in this case, but I wouldn't think that's a reasonable case to consider with infinite resources.
But I don't actually think it matters as much. So it says arbitrary, right? So there is a number of neurons in our brain.
Yeah.
We can make.
I fully agree. I was just saying that Usha's observation. Yeah.
I do have one thing to say about the dynamics. So what Jake showed in his paper was that sometimes you can map the, in some systems, you can map the global dynamics from a recurrent system into a feed-forward system, right? But it is totally true what Mario said, that doesn't mean that if I look a subset of the elements that I replicated the dynamics, right? And that's exactly what we pointed out in our intrinsic information causal composition paper that came out last year. So you can have a larger system and you can translate the dynamics of the system as a whole. But if you do some remapping of that, if you do this remapping, the functions of a subset of the system are not maintained in any way, right? So that comes back to Will's question about the boundary. So it works if you have set boundaries around the system, if you exactly know what your system is, and then you can translate it. So yes, so I think dynamics in the end also very much depend on the substrate, right?
Yes, can I follow up on that a bit? I mean, so I understand there is this issue about resources and whether time is finite, but I mean, okay, let's even assume that you have a lot of resources and I have my recurrent network, and with this recurrent network, I don't know, I have a number of inputs, and I see what the system generates as output. And now I generate my feed-forward network, which will generate the same output. Now, what I'm saying is, okay, you made this unfolding system. I am now making a tiny perturbation into my original recurrent network. A tiny perturbation in the way the input came. So instead of the inputs arriving in the network at a delay of 10 milliseconds, now they arrive at 15 milliseconds. I mean, I would think that your unfolding system will start diverging from the original. I mean, I wonder how the game works here. I have my recurrent network, you generate an unfolding system that will map a number of functions. Now, if I do a perturbation, will it guarantee to uphold the output for any perturbations I do?
Not if the perturbation is inside the system. So that's exactly the difference between keeping the information, the dynamics of the system as a whole, and keeping the causal structure, right? And this is exactly why we focus on causal structure. The moment you perturb the system, the feed-forward network does something else than the original system. Not if you perturb the input, obviously, because you accounted for perfect input-output mapping, right? But if you perturb some neurons within the system, you will get different outputs because the causal structure changed. Because perturbation measures causation, and information is based on the stationary or observed functions of the system, right?
Can I ask you a question? Is it known whether there's always a corresponding perturbation? So let's say you start with your recurrent one, you do a perturbation. Is there always an according perturbation for the unfolded system that has the same effect?
No.
Or vice versa? Do you know the fact that there is none? I mean,
there are counterexamples, yeah. I mean, I mean, for example, the entropy of the system might be different, right? So you just have to restrict it to not the whole state space that is possible, which is one of the examples in Jake's first paper. They actually only, so it's a 3-node system, but only 4 of the states get mapped because only 4 of the states are relevant for the input-output function. The other cannot really be reached. But you can perturb the system into those non-reachable states, and you will get different answers in the case of the feed-forward and the feedback system.
Yeah,
I mean,
just to elaborate on that, like Larissa said earlier, if your perturbation is external to the system, then you'll be able to remap it just fine, where you get the same input-outputs back. If your perturbation is cutting a wire as in the causal structure, the response to that perturbation is going to be radically different because the information exchange between components is radically different. And so the key...
But if you, I mean, okay, I guess the question is a bit, how big is the class of perturbations that you allow on the unfolded network?
I mean,
yeah.
So I mean, for every perturbed recurrent network, you will find another feed-forward network. So does this answer the question? So I mean,
maybe the way to put it is, if every perturbation gives you the same answer, you have causally structurally equivalent systems, and then
okay, so okay, yeah, I guess it's a question how exactly the question is set up. So are you thinking like you're thinking one specific perturbation, or are you thinking like there's a class of perturbations?
I mean, I kind of think, so I kind of think, let's start with the recurrent network.
Yeah.
And then basically, let's say, okay, all we can do is cut wires in the recurrent thing. And that's the set of perturbations. Now we go to the unfolded one, and maybe we can also only cut wires.
And then it might
but
not
maybe
be
we can cut, we can cut more than one wire for each perturbation. Then that would give us a bit more power. But then, of course, we could say, okay, actually, this doesn't make sense to restrict us to cutting wires. We should go to being able to intervene with any kind of distribution on any node, on any subset of nodes, whatever. And then we have a massive class. And then also we have a massive class on the unfolded network. And then I don't know anymore whether there isn't one some weird mapping from all the interventions on one network to all the interventions on the unfolded network.
If there were, phi would be the same.
Oh.
Because then that's what we actually, I mean, that's what we actually measure, right? We perturb every node.
But it would still be feed forward.
It could have many, like.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying there is no such mapping if it's.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone mind if we leave that open for the future generations to find out or something? And like Matteo has a last question. Or a question, let's see if it's the last one.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess this question would have been for Adrien, but maybe Jake can be our banner of functionalism here or something, or somebody else. Please put on your functionalist hat. So it is again about assumptions. And I think this is a very pragmatic question in a sense. It goes back to Francesco's mention of locked-in syndrome patients. So I was thinking, with your heart on your hand, if you were a neurologist, right, and you discovered that by playing the tennis spatial navigation experiment, you were able to discover that some people who we think were diagnosed as vegetative state patients are actually locked-in syndrome patients because they can report their experiences by means of imagining, doing this sort of imagery tasks. So then, of course, you're relying on behavior in this case. But let's imagine you have then another patient who you don't know if it's in a vegetative state or in a locked-in syndrome state, but by looking at their brain, you discover that it looks very similar in neurophysiological terms to the locked-in syndrome patient who gave you the answers, but somehow this patient is not able to do the imagery task. And you discover that this is because maybe, I don't know, their auditory, cortex is damaged. And so you really have no reason to think that these two patients are dissimilar in terms of their experience. Like they might as well be both locked in patients, but one can report and the other one can't. So now the question is, how can you use this idea of functionalism to say that they are both locked in syndrome patient and they both experience something? Or would you want to do that? Or rather you would say, no, we should trust report. So one patient is locked in, the other patient is not conscious. So we should unplug the whatever you want to say. So what I'm trying to say is that, to me, if I have to take on the hat of the functionalist, I would say, well, no, they are both conscious because the second patient, in principle, could report that they are conscious if they were able to listen to hear my question, or if they were able to, push a button. Or maybe the report that they are doing is to themselves, it's not just to me. So I have to expand the idea of report in this crazy way that in the end would basically end up becoming something that goes way beyond what I can actually observe, right? So if there is any functionalist or anybody who can defend the idea of functionalism to argue that, well, we could, in principle, claim that both patients are locked in, please tell me. I'm very, very interested in this.
I think you touched on my problem with functionalism as well, as if they can't somehow signal that they're conscious, you have to assume, according to functionalism, that they're not, even though they very well may be. So I definitely would not promote functionalism in response to your question at all. I'm with you.
You mean input-output functionalism?
Yes, input-output, yes.
I don't know for sure, but I'm not sure how many people really fully endorse this at present, whereas many people, of course, endorse functionalism,
But I mean, the alternative is that you have to rely on some physical similarity, like Larissa said, or even you have to redefine, there's some physical processes in the brain of the two patients that allow you to go beyond the report and say they're both locked in because they both have, it's not that one is in a coma because it has, slow waves all the time. Their brains are very similar. There's just like this little difference in what they can report. But I mean, at this point, basically my question is, isn't the only alternative to input-output functionalism some sort of theory that is targeted by the unfolding argument because it has to rely on some either causal structure or causal function that you can find in the brain? So you have to open the black box, look at the processes in the brain and say, there is this process that makes me feel that I can say this person is conscious without relying on the report.
This is the conclusion of Erik in my paper, like in the sense that if you insist on independence, then that's the conclusion, but you can also drop independence. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the great would be this lenient dependency that Johannes is talking about. I think that might sort of be between these two extremes that you're pinpointing.
Yeah. So we worked ourselves through all of the blue hands. I hope nobody dares to press another one now after we've just gone into the, what is it now? 4 hours already? Yeah, quite a lot. So yeah, I don't know. Shall we close it, or I just made a bunch of people co-hosts. So if anyone wanted to stay out in general idea, or are we all ready to call it a day?
I think I'm ready to call it a day.
Yeah, then let's do this. Yeah, so let me just, so Joanna and Sean wanted me to insist that I should thank the speakers again on their behalf. So I'm doing this, and also from my side, this was really nice. I really enjoyed it, and I think we got to talk about a lot of things. And at least I'm 100% sure that there were quite a number of sparks that we kind of exchanged, so which might develop into ideas or something, or into understanding. So it was a pleasure. So on behalf of everyone, thanks for joining. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the day, and yeah, see you all soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.